Righty, welcome everyone. Please stand, and I'd like to welcome Alistair Pike from the Church Street Bible Chapel to come up and open the proceedings with a prayer. Come on, if you like, Alistair. Thank you.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you again for this day, Tēnā Tērā. It is this day, a special day for the council, for the business here, and Lord, we're just seeking your help, your guidance. And Lord, your presence with us, because we need your spirit of wisdom to guide us in the decisions and what will be spoken of, and for the chairing of this meeting, and for all the people who will be speaking, not only the councillors, but also the public. So Lord, we just look to you and thank you for the blessings of this land, and especially of our council and of our neighbourhood. And Lord, your care over us. So Lord, bless this time, help us, guide us, and lead us, we pray. In Jesus' precious name we give thanks. Amen.
Thank you. Please stay standing just for a moment, and we're going to have Councillor Barb lead us in our Waiata, and feel free to join it.
Yeah, please all join in. Do your best to drown me out.
Kia koutou aku ai Māori, Maori atua, kia koutou rangi tata ki ranga, uri ora ki hau, tenta
Awesome, thank you. Please be seated. Thanks, Councillor Barb, and thank you, Alistair. Really appreciate you coming and being with us here today. And thank you to everyone in attendance. It's really great to see you all us. And we'll just get your email phone numbers on the way out, so we can just remind you when the next meetings are. Expectation that you'll turn up to a little. It'd be great to see some people in the audience. I don't mind looking at your lovely faces, Councillor. Thank you. All right, so we're just going to call for apologies. I think there is any. All here. No public forum. We'll move on from that. Any urgent business? Matters of one nature. Conflicts of interest. And so we move to our first report, simple as that, so we can get straight in. We're running early already, so I know Simon is here from Central South Island Cycle Trail, so he's going to come up and present to us. Thanks, Simon. So you've got 10 minutes and no, feel free to sit, and the button on the right just puts the microphone on so you're on there. Yeah.
All right. Goodness.
And we'll just keep a bit of time for you if you're run over.
It's very efficient, isn't it? Well, look, thank you guys for allowing us to come and talk to you. I just want to talk very briefly, acknowledge that you would have read the paper that we put forward. So for many years, we've been trying to, well, people have been thinking about putting a cycle trail between here all the way up to Tekapo. We've got a rail corridor there that's a perfect fit for us. And in late 2019, a group of us tested it a bit further and said it was practical. And it was. And so encouraged, we formed a society of skilled individuals to be able to do this, to advance this vision. So our vision really is to construct a multi-purpose trail from Timaru to Lake Tekapo that connects with the Alps Ocean Trail and acts as a spine that can then connect other South Canterbury communities and townships. This will enable and support the branching out of cycle trails in and around the central South Island. Early investigation work in 2019 demonstrated the real potential of the trail. But being realistic about the scale of the task and the capacity of our small team, we decided to focus our efforts on stage one, being wash dry to Plenty Point. And the key points really in regards to this proposal are it's completely off the state highway. We've got a wide corridor there which we can fit a trail that's not on the road. It's going to run through a bunch of private properties and Lynn's property, but we have already talked with them. And the private property owners have already given their approval in principle. Consultation has already been undertaken with our Runanga, our Waka Kotahi, or the Transport Agency, Lynn's and other landowners. And once finished, this trail, so going back to the big scheme of Timaru through to Tekapo, this trail will be a major tourism asset for the South Canterbury and Mackenzie districts, helping attract both local and international visitors to our area. The Great Rides have proven to be a significant driver of local and international tourism, which is helping New Zealand stay on the international map as a top tourist destination. The trails will also boost economic growth in the region with job creation. And we consider the real opportunity here is connecting our local communities via the spine which branches out to surrounding communities. We've already been considering linkages to Temuka and Geraldine. And as a passing comment, the growing e-bike use is making cycling far more accessible to everybody. Such that a ride between Timaru and Geraldine is now on most people's cards with a little bit of electric energy to help people on their way. So in terms of funding, we consider this project is ready to go. So to use the current government term, it's shovel ready. And that we can, and we're talking about stage one, we are confident that we will be able to build, provided we have funding, the work within the next financial year, so completion by June into June 2021. Now we've undertaken several fundraising strategy sessions and are now preparing to launch a fundraising campaign. Funding is intended to be procured via a combination of local businesses, government grants, local council, who's been sitting here, and voluntary work. And throughout the construction, we will take an enduring active involvement in maintaining improvements and features such as rest areas, signage, and identification of points of interest and significant features. And as you'll have read in our submission, which is up on the screen there, the things we're asking for is that Timaru District Council agree that completed portions of the trail will be vested in them and that you will be responsible for the long-term maintenance. And secondary, but also very, very useful, is that we would love to have some money from you. The highlight really for us right now is that we have just had confirmation that Fulton Hogan, one of our local contractors, have volunteered to construct the first portion of our cycleway. So we have funding now, effectively, through the voluntary approach to Fulton Hogan to build from Washdyke to Kings Road. And I'll leave that with you really to say that we're well underway and that we will be building this cycleway. Open questions from you.
Awesome, thanks, Simon. It's a pretty exciting project. So just for everyone, if you just do the buzzer, you will questions. So Councillor Ruth.
Yeah, thanks very much for that answer. What would be the hardest part if you were to try and connect that all the way to Tekapo? Obviously, you started with the easiest part, closest part. So, would you go through Fairlie, would you cut through from all the way up through the pass? Or?
Yeah, we have a bunch of routes. So the first hurdle to get over is to decide on that route, but it's a bit of an iterative process. The hardest part is probably properties and getting on site. And we've got a great team, so we've got lots of background experience with the Ulster Ocean. We've got people on our team who have been involved from the start of that project. So yes, we understand that those challenges will be around property, and it's about getting them on board first and early on to be able to make that work. The Ulster Ocean has been a very successful mix of the private property who actually look after the trails when it's within their property, and local road, both between Waitaki and Kersey.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for that submission. Very interested to note, and it's really good to hear that Full Home has really come on board, but also we've got a number of other big, significant, I suppose, community projects coming up that also sort of community funding, but also want to be tapped into our business group and business commitments around this district. So including them on their approach at this stage have indicated that they will get supported. And the other part of that question is, have you engaged with Mackenzie District Council yet for any conversations around trails?
So to answer the first question, we don't have any fundraising sponsorship, we say yet. We haven't actually intended to have any. It's just a full approach us. So in some regards, that's, well, far better than we would hope. So as I said in my brief introduction, we're setting up our funding group. So we've got two groups that sit under our committee. One is the design procurement, which I lead, and the other one is the funding one, which is not my skill set. So that group, which I'm meeting actually this week, will be talking about how we're going to go to our funding partners, or rather seek our funding partners. So we don't have that. And the second point, Mackenzie do know about our project. We haven't gone and talked to them at any length yet because this is stage one, and we're through the present point, and the BIM scheme will become far more conversation because they're absolutely integral to this project.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Simon? And I've had just some conversations with me and Graham around that linkage, and Mackenzie will be pretty keen. Obviously, there's money involved, but it's been great to see Councillor Booth quoting Julie Andrews early on. Started at the very beginning, a very good place to start. So that's great, Councillor Booth. Good logic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and really exciting prospects. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're running early, so Kate Lawrence, are you here?
Certainly don't get 20 minutes. I'd like to thank you, before I sit down, I'd like to thank you all very much. This is Democracy in Action, and I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'd like to really thank you for praying. Because I'm well and truly out of my comfort zone. I don't normally do this sort of thing. Do I need to have the... I'm quite loud.
Wow.
You can hear me.
Can you run here back to back then?
Will I put the speaker on? I've got a terrible Linux Tower Kiwi thing going on. Oh, okay. As I said, I'm really out of my comfort zone. The last time I was in any sort of a situation like this was many years ago when we were living in the Manly Toto back in Meridian over a wind farm, and I was ejected from the room. So I warned you, Anne, and Anne will eject me if necessary. I'm a friend of the Eventide, but I've got an awful feeling I haven't paid my subs. So I may not even be a friend of the Eventide at the moment. But I am a passionate supporter of the arts and of history and of towns having their story. My grandparents farmed in the Esk Valley and retired to 187 Lacreen Street in the late 50s. So I had the occasional holiday to Timaru as a child, but I grew up in Ranfurly. My father had he obviously grew up on a farm in the Esk Valley, but he had a farm machinery business in Ranfurly. So I am actually old enough to remember the previous guy has left, but I remember going to the meeting in the town hall in Ranfurly when they were debating lifting the rail tracks, because the railways had, you know, that line between Dunedin and Clyde had closed, and it was going to cost a bit of money to lift the tracks, and so they thought maybe they should just leave them there. And somebody stood up and said, you know, we could have a cycleway through central Otago. And he was cried down by everyone in the Ranfurly town hall. They thought it was insane. It was who rides a bike for leisure, and look what happened. So support that guy. It's a brilliant idea. But I'm going to make it really, really simple for you today, because I read this and I got a bit nervous. I don't even normally read these things, but I've become a bit passionate about Timaru. I've only lived here for 3 or 4 years, but I love the place. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to live. But Timaru, when I was a girl coming here for school holidays, had a reputation as being Bougainville. You had a couple of Viking gangs. You had a dodgy looking hydro hotel with dodgy stories attached to it. Things were a bit sort of bogan. But you've got this incredible art gallery that was gifted to us. This beautiful home. Eventide means at home. And it should be a home that we all claim as our own and we all take pride in. And this made me very nervous to read this in the taking us forward. And to see that the Theatre Royal looks like a done deal, that you're going to spend $5.2 million on this. The way it reads, the theatre is now temporarily closed for decommissioning. Next financial year will see us completing planning work from concept to detailed design. Construction will commence once we have our exciting new design. There will also be some da-da-da. Caroline Bay Soundshell. The Caroline Bay Soundshell seating, often called the bleachers, provide seating for events at the villa. The current bleachers are at the end of their life, so we've worked forward to upgrade or replace them. We are currently developing the range of available options. So something is definitely happening for the Theatre Royal, something is definitely happening for the Soundshell. Art gallery building renewals. Last year, we signalled some delays in the building renewals at the art gallery, and unfortunately, further complexities impacting the strengthening work required for the house gallery have arisen. During 2020-21, we expect to get this project moving again. That horrifies me. That sounds, you can get away with blue murder writing that. There is no commitment to doing anything. There is no absolute total commitment to doing anything. You could put that off for years and years. My submission was about getting this up and running, getting on with it. We've been sitting there since 2017, we haven't been able to get into the house gallery. The house gallery, which is the number one thing when you open the Lonely Planet and look up Timaru, the Eventide Gallery is the first thing you read about. And we've been sitting, deliberating for 3 years on something that you only need 0.6 million for. 3 times the amount is going to go into the Soundshell bleachers. How long did people sit at Carisbrook on dodgy looking bleachers? Nobody cared. Everybody was happy. They were just happy to be at Carisbrook. We put up with Carisbrook the way it was for years. People will be more than happy to put up with the bleachers at the Soundshell. You take the cushion, you sit on your jacket. The Eventide is our home of art in South Canterbury. We have this beautiful building languishing that needs a bit of love. And in these really dodgy, uncertain times, and honestly, I feel for all of you, none of you came onto council expecting COVID-19. You weren't expecting this rapid decimation of the country. We have to work with what we've got. But that's my point. We've already got the Eventide. We don't have to go out and source some world-class, fabulous art collection. We've got it. It's sitting there. Work with what we've got. Make the most of what we've got. I'm talking a third of the amount that you're talking about for the Soundshell. It's madness not to just get on with it. And give us all something to be really proud of. When you take people to towns, when you have visitors to your town, where do you take them? You take them to your beautiful places. Where are our beautiful places? Where is if we had a council that was thinking straight, some 20 or 30 years ago, they would have bought the hydro and put the museum in the hydro. Wouldn't they? The hydro brand would have been the most brilliant museum for Timaru. Don't hesitate any longer to do something about the Eden-type, please. Have I covered everything? I'm sorry, I've paced Caroline Bay for weeks trying to work out how to pitch this and whether to pitch it at the tourism thing or whether to pitch it at whatever, but I just need to talk from the heart that in these times of real uncertainty in Timaru, let's have some certainty. Let's be able to always know we have the Eden-type. That this beautiful place that we already have that needs, in the great scheme of things, hardly any money. Any questions?
Thanks.
Just to finish, the vibe in this room is amazing. We can work on that Waiata thing because that needs a bit of work. But look at this council. I have such faith in you people. You're big picture thinkers. You are big picture thinkers. You must have had a bit of flack when you were thinking of doing street food kitchen. And look at it. You definitely had some flack, didn't you, with the hydro? I'm still giving you flack about the hydro. But you know, there is a positive vibe in the room. Let's go for this. It's easy. It's easy. And sometimes when you've got a really big job ahead of you, if you tick off those easy things, you know, it's great. It's a sense of accomplishment. I can't see anybody saying no to opening that house gallery as soon as possible. And please put a cafe in it. Everybody, every art gallery in the country is a cafe. Everything about culture these days is based around coffee, going for a cuppa. But that is the most beautiful setting for a cafe. Imagine sitting on the veranda in that north-facing aspect, sun basking in those fabulous trees, the butterflies on that conifer. You know, it's sitting there, it's waiting for us, it's easy. Let's do something easy.
Thanks, Kate. Great to see some passion at council. We've got a big lineup of questions, so it's good to see we've got some extra time from Simon previously that we've borrowed. So, Councillor Burke.
Thank you, and I don't think for a second that you have been in this position before.
Well, we won against Meridian.
That's right, and you've got me trying out stories. So thanks for acknowledging the council and activities that we do have to take into account, and it's very broad. And we have got a very good, robust council here, and there's plenty of people pushing, you know, a lot of things here, and we acknowledge them. Thank you for acknowledging COVID. It is a particularly, you know, special time in terms of everything that's what we're doing here. It's going to be underpinned by what is going to happen from there. My question is, do you understand the complexities of and the progression and evolution of how we've come to this position from 2017 to now with the task?
Absolutely not. All I know is
No, that's
because I don't work for the Eden-type. All I know is that gallery was gifted to us, and we have an obligation. If for no other reason, we are obligated to look after the place. Aren't we? We have an obligation. I mean, I was matron at boarding school for a couple of years, and so I got very used to saying to people, I don't care if you don't like it or you don't want to do it, you actually have to do it. And we have to do this. And it might not be some sparkly, fabulous thing, but we have to do it, and it's not hard. We simply have to suck it up and do it. And give South Canterbury what we absolutely have to do, but put another spin on it and you know, make it a beautiful thing. In fact, spend 4 times on it and make it something we can be hugely proud of.
Well, thank you. I acknowledge the passion you're looking for as well. We're certainly in process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burke. Councillor Burke, I'm actually surprised you're not part of the Friends group.
Well,
Don't have any
I
comments,
just want to congratulate Kate on her, and you know, it is actually a frustration that this has just carried on and gone on and on since it was shut. And probably to hear still hear some of the same old stuff coming out is quite frustrating. And I guess it's just, you know, we've got the 4th most expensive art collection in the country. We've got the a garden out the front, which is quite unique. And here we are, we've got them all locked away, all that precious paintings that we've just got to get them out and get them on display. And I used to hear the same stuff coming through again and again. It's certainly a source of frustration for me. And I'd like to think that we, as a group, can sort this out. You know, it's certainly.
Thanks, Councillor Burke. And the question was? No, that's all right. Councillor Burke.
Well, in case keeps them under delivery, anyone looking for someone on PA will address it, I think. Hey, look, I arrived at the council, I met with Brett just before I got elected, and I had the same passion you did, but what I've realised is because with the council and our delivery probably hasn't been what it should be, that 600K is about over $5 million short of what it will take on our estimates, I guess, to get a gallery back to where it should be. So I'm with you, we need to push ahead, but I think the decisions in the end are going to be bigger. Are you aware of, like, Lennon have got a brand new gallery library put together? Or are you guys saying it must be a Grant House?
I'm saying the House Gallery needs to be, the Grant House has to, it was gifted to us. Honestly, Bryce would speak next and she'll know all the ins and outs. Surely that house needs to be retained, regardless of what you do with the rest of it. Look, if I was you, if I had my way, you take away, you get rid of the new extension and you start again, because it's not working. But you don't even get rid of the original house. That's the story. Every town that's going places in New Zealand has built a story. Even Whanganui Green really built a story, and Edna Makatami convinced the council to buy the old Centennial Milk Bar that the fire brigade was going to use as fire practice, and they turned it into the Centennial Gallery. You build a story around the place, and we've already got that story. We need to look after it. So the grant, it's something we simply have to do it, Stu. We can't not do it. And putting it off is only making it more expensive. It's not entirely up to the council to look after the Grant House. In my understanding, there's central government commitment, there's local fundraising commitment. So we just I don't know whether it's even been taken to the community that everybody, like, have we had a vote on whether we upgraded bleachers over the...
Well, the bleachers is something totally different. It comes down to, it's long-term plan, it comes down to public safety, so it's something that does it. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know.
But look, I think we've covered that pretty well, and this afternoon we'll deliberate and talk about some of the issues, etc. Within some of these projects. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate that.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I've got Rosalind with Friends of Arvo. Just two, is it?
No, it's not just two actually.
Seems I was referring to.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to providing me here. We know it's unusual to be able to submit on an annual plan, and we're really grateful that we have this opportunity. I'd like to introduce Juliet Crawford, Morena. Juliet Crawford is not only a member of Friends, but we go way back. She was my art history teacher, and she has helped me understand a lot about our regional arts and the incredible base that we have been able to grow from. So I've been a gallery volunteer for nearly half of my life. I think that's quite impressive because I'm not that old. My first memory of a gallery was as a 4-year-old. My father had his first exhibition, and I remember the pride that he had. I remember dancing on that floor as a little girl, on that cool floor. And I am emotional because this matters to me. Juliet took me on school visits there. I won an Artarama prize that was sponsored by the Friends. I've even had the privilege of having my own paintings on those walls. Every time we had a visitor from overseas, we brought them to the art gallery because it's amazing. I have been to over 130 exhibitions, and I've met nearly all of the artists. I've known nearly our whole membership by name. And I love this place. When I ask my little girls, what would you like to do this weekend? They say, can we please go to the Agentai? We want to watch the butterflies, we want to find painted rocks, and we want to see what's inside. We even have wonderful free activities that they can do in the school holidays. And they're little. They're 5 and 1.5. My experience with the gallery over the years is very similar to many of the people in this room. It's everyone's story that loves the Agentai, and we are very, very passionate. It's part of us, and I think it's fair to say that we feel a part of it. Juliet and I have been part of many submissions, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to be here today. My emotion is also because I'm frustrated, because I've been a broken record for 16 years. This is not our first opportunity to present to you today. Thank you to all of those who have come to support us. I'm so proud to see a wonderful turnout today, and I would love you all to stand so I can show our councillors who you are. So if you come to support the Agentai, please stand. Look at this. That's awesome. Today you've got members from the Friends of the Agentai. You've got members from the South Canterbury Arts Society. There are representatives from the Civic Trust, volunteers, artists, visitors, educators. This is a representation of the community. Please stay standing. Please be with you today. As you know, Art on the Wall is a gallery. It's this community that brings the art spirit to life. This is our home for art. This is what brings the Agentai to life, and we're very, very proud of our heritage. We know that the value that we create from our efforts is more than a sum that can be insured. Thank you for reading our submission and providing feedback. In the next few months, we'll go to the long-term plan, and this annual plan, it'll be part of that consideration. We are so grateful for your support. We are so grateful for what you do for our arts and culture, but we would like a clearer direction. As you mentioned, there's $600K in the budget, and the community is very unsure what that money is for, what has been spent, what is needed, and after 3 years, what has been achieved. We would really love it if the council could consider a design options that are more comprehensive for an on-site expansion, an interior redesign to address storage, activity, and administrative spaces. We know that we have a house that needs strengthening, but we also know we need to do a lot more than what our art gallery was established to do 100 years ago. We're in a new place. And it's frustrating because it feels like we're in a holding pattern. We want to know what the next step is. And yes, I know we've had COVID, but as Juliet and I say today, this is not our first submission. For me, this has been a battle for 16 years. Basic things like storage. We could be accepting so much more generosity from our community, but we've got nowhere to put it. Currently, it's split in 3 different places, and I think that's irresponsible. As I mentioned, the gallery is a large part of our lives. It's here that we feel at home. It's the home of our public art question, and that's why to us this is more than a financial decision. It is about the generosity that we have received for generations. It's the responsibility that we have to cherish our legacy, and ultimately we want to inspire and grow the love of arts in our community and support the Akintai Gallery and our wonderful staff over here. We're here to help, and we welcome your decision and discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
That's awesome, and thank you for a very emotional, passionate presentation. It's fantastic to see. Must be some questions here. Otherwise, I'll put you on the spot if you.
I'm happy to cover questions that have already been raised.
So, obviously, there's lots of talk about the art gallery this morning, so this afternoon, once we've viewed everyone's submissions, we'll go to some of the detail around some of the issues and what's ahead of us in and around the art gallery. So, so we don't want to discuss some of that stuff now, but it's just about time to get everything through, because I'm sure this will take some time in the discussion. So, is there any questions as such? No? All okay?
I'd just like to raise some points that were raised earlier. Kate, you heard a magnificent presentation. You touched on Lenham. Lenham, as I understand, doesn't have a heritage of art. Its gallery came in 2000. So for them, it's a no-brainer to build a $20 million complex. I've been aware of Wanganui, who at the same time as us had to shut their heritage building. They have $16 million from the Economic Growth Development Fund, and that is part of a multi-million-dollar complex. I think they're talking over $40 million. That's not the council funding that. That's government funds. We should be afraid of $6 million because the money is there. It doesn't have to come out of ratepayers' coffers. I would really welcome your discussion, and I feel almost offensive to sit here and not be engaged with you. So you have a golden opportunity to ask veteran support.
Thank you. You raised a good point around central government funding. Hopefully, we can get a better relationship with Shane Jones. We might be able to tag into some of that as well. Councillor Pennington.
President, what's the just because time is straight, what is the dream for the gallery as it stands now? Because you've touched on storage, caves, or a cafe.
I tell you, the dream is simple. The dream is to listen to the gallery staff. They work there, they talk to all the other gallery staff across the country, and they know what they need. We need clear decisions from the council, but we actually need a clear communication with the community and the people that use that building.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you. That's a great question.
That's a good question. We're judging all councils actually, Stu's taking the lead at the moment, this question today. Look, I think you'll find that we are pretty passionate about this space as well. At the moment, we're really keen to understand exactly what the full cost is, and then once we're at that point, we can move forward, but we can talk about that more in full, because the last time we had some discussions that got quite scary as to original budget, versus what could cost around all the contracts.
I'm pleased that you say scary, because you're right, we do need to be brave. We do need to be brave. I think what's really concerning for most of us is we read a very clear piece of information as a response to our submission, and that's great. Great to have a line in the sand. The reality is the community is reading the Timaru Herald, and what we read in the Timaru Herald is not what we are led to believe we're reading in the plans. And I know that there are councillors sitting around this table that will not take off the table demolishing that building, and that's why you're seeing that passion in the room today. That's what we need. We need clear decisions, but we want to be part of that discussion.
It's not a particularly valuable art collection, and it's gone conservatively at the moment between $5 and $10 million worth of art we own.
Yeah, I would say it's very conservative. Sorry, Councillor Greg, please get it.
Yeah, I was just, so the current situation, you unable to take requests at this stage because you've got no room to store the painters, is it?
It's been an ongoing issue the entire time I've been involved with the gallery. Previously, Oakentoes actually received a very generous donation that was to help address storage, and we were unable to support the council and spend those funds on storage because there's been inactivity and no movement forward.
Thank you. Okay, that's the time we need to keep going. So thanks so much. Really appreciate that. And nice to see you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, so we're OJ.
Hi, Mary.
Thank you very much on behalf of CPLAY. Thank you for inviting us along today in person to tell you about our project, which is to create an inclusive destination playground at Caroline Bay. And just for those of you that perhaps haven't seen some of the draft plans initially, I know it's probably a bit of a squeeze to actually see from a distance, but hopefully the councillors have seen these sort of draft plans already, but they are available on our Facebook page, CPLAY Facebook page, to have a look at as well. So CPLAY basically is a group of about a dozen parents and grandparents too, for that matter, who came together about a year ago, and we've initiated this project because we're basically proud locals and we care about where we live. We feel that the Caroline Bay is I know it's an overused term, but the jewel in the crown of our great district, and the current playground, which has not had a major facelift in 35 years, is no longer fit for purpose in today's world, and we believe that a destination playground will benefit the community in a multitude of ways. The proposed CPLAY playground at the current Caroline Bay playground site ticks all the right boxes as a fun, safe space for our community to enjoy life and improve their health. For example, physical. Thank you. Increased cardiovascular health and improved balance, agility, and hand-eye coordination. Mental. Cognitive stimulation, giving children the opportunity to problem solve, think critically, and plan strategically. Social. Thank you. Playgrounds offer kids, and not just kids, but adults too for that matter, the opportunity to collaborate and engage with each other and overcome challenges. And finally, economic. Mr. Birchfield, thank you. Plenty of evidence that a well-planned urban green space can become a central community hub, inspiring pop-up businesses such as food vans, coffee vendors as well, and providing valuable foot traffic to bricks and mortar businesses in the area. This has certainly been the case for the Margaret Mahi playground in Christchurch. So based on our own sort of research of recently completed playgrounds in New Zealand, we believe a budget of approximately $1.5 million to develop a destination heritage playground in Caroline Bay would give the community an exceptional asset for now and for the future. So what have we done? Well, we have, as a team, CPLAY has consulted with the community at large-scale events. We've invited playground specialists to submit visionary plans based on our budget. We've set up our fundraising drive under the umbrella of the Araki Foundation, and now we're almost ready to unleash some unbelievable 3D digital plans on the community and potential stakeholders such as yourselves. Throughout the project, we've consulted with Bill Steens, and we've kept the council completely in the loop, providing a strategic plan and initial playground plans such as these ones here that I've just shown you. We see ourselves as working on behalf of the council, creating a community asset which will be handed back to the council officially for opening, we hope, in the summer of 21-22. Now, we're asking you, the Timaru District councillors, to show your faith and belief in this project by granting us the $86,000 required to engage the services of the playground specialists that we've chosen to manage the project, which is Playground Creations from Whanganui. Now, this would show important buy-in by the TDC and would enable us to continue to engage the community and other potential stakeholders and present our updated draft plans that Playground Creations are continuing to develop as we speak, in fact, in good faith. Ideally, if the council can support us financially and help us promote the project and facilitate future engagement with the community, this will also be hugely beneficial in the initial stages. We expect to kick off our fundraising strategies immediately if our submission is successful in a manner that is similar to that of the fundraising drive for the extremely successful C-Bay. C-Play is a place for our community to learn, grow, connect, and reflect. And we believe it's an investment worth making. I'd now like to hand over to Rose, who has got a much better idea of the whole overall vision of the play space. Rose.
But as I said before in my previous emotional speech, which I won't cry now, we've got a really unusual opportunity with this playground to help strengthen our Timaru story. And we're going to be bringing people from out of town into this space, as well as people who live here. And I know myself, growing up as a kid, didn't really know what Timaru was. And it's only really since lockdown I started reading the Jubilee history of South Henbury, which is pretty dry reading from 1916. But man, it's got some jewels of information. And it tells a lot about our social climate, where we've come from. And we feel that that story could be celebrated in this playground. And there's some really special twists that we can put on the equipment. We're seeing museum educators could visit, schools could visit, and parents could help re-identify themselves as well. This also gives us a strong tourism brand. So you'll see on the plans, this is a little nod to Blackett and his lighthouse. Some of you might know the social push and pull we had with the locals and the government. There's an amazing story to tell about our pioneers here. We have sailing ship, which recognises our pubs. I can just imagine kids playing tag with rowboats. And we've also had some amazing offers on the table with local iwi that we're really keen to explore as well. So it's going to be a full story. And that is really unusual in a play space. That's really special. And that's what we're championing as well.
Yeah, we really want a play space that tells the story of where we've come from, where we are now, and where we want to get to in the future. So it encapsulates all those things.
Yeah, because if we know our past, we know ourselves, right?
Exactly. Any questions from anybody? Please.
Thank you. Thanks, Dean. Councillor Whittington.
Big fan of the Margaret May Park in Christchurch, and I think something of the bay would work really the same way. So I'm a fan. With the Margaret May, did you get a breakdown of how they funded that?
Yeah, we did. I don't have those figures right in front of me.
Yeah.
But most of that came from the government fund after the earthquake. So it's pretty easy for them to do that, and they just simply, the land was given them, they had to reticulate that land. But yeah, they got most of theirs through central government.
I believe a significant part of that budget was their remediation work.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. You've done though. I guess, like everyone will have a great cause for us, and it's known that you've looked into the funding, so it doesn't all fall on the back.
No, we're not exactly. You know, we're not putting your hands out here and saying, "Come on, council, let's fund a $1.5 million play area." You know, what we want is we want that buy-in from the council, so the public and those stakeholders can see that hey, the Timaru District Council is behind it. They believe in the project. It's going to make our fundraising drive that much easier, and it's also, you know, land that you administer. So that's really important too.
Thanks, Councillor Whittington. Councillor Roy.
Thanks, guys. Great initiative. Yeah, you talked about Timaru, telling the story of Timaru. Just remember, we are Timaru District.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we could think a bit of a story.
There is a pleasing point, aviation nod to Richard Peters as well.
And yeah,
we put a bad fly there, right? No, we'll be fine.
It's just because you are, you know, you're asking for council support.
Yep.
You're asking for the whole of the Timaru District ratepayers. So it is a buy-in part of the whole districts in there. You will get.
Yeah, that was probably something I should have actually mentioned. That it is for the whole district.
Thank you.
Thanks for your passion around Timaru.
Thank you.
Councillor Luke.
Yeah, okay, I think it'd be a great asset to obviously Timaru.
Thanks, Al.
Great addition to the bay, the Kirrama Bay, which is the jewel in Timaru's crown. Would you be happy though, like, what repair the bay there's been a little bit ad hoc as to some of the development that's going on. And an overarching plan, which you can get part of an overarching development plan, perhaps which included something like.
Because I'm going to have to wait 10 years for it, yeah, no, more than happy. But I guess Rose, you can probably touch on that more as far as the themes are concerned.
Interesting, I had a conversation with Bill Steve's Parks and Rec, and he's so proud of the development that has happened in the Bay. We've had $5 million already go into that project to bring a community field to the Bay. It's stunning, the landscape's stunning, we have a consistency of parts. I think that what we're doing easily fits into a plan already, and I don't think that we need to readdress what's already there.
I think too that sometimes we forget because we live here and we're so in touch with that bay on a day-to-day basis for many of us, we actually forget how special it is. You know, I had friends here last weekend who came down from Christchurch and I was blown away, you know, about how everything's integrated into everything else along the bay with the boardwalks and that sort of thing. And yeah, it's a pretty special place, but it can be made that much more special.
Yes, which place? Councillor.
Just keep in mind, I really support everything, as you know, so I've used a lot of time and space in this. Absolutely brilliant. I have to read a question here. I just probably won't give you a lead into probably telling the rest of the council how this fits in with other development that we know, like the cycleway and things, and some of the conduits you have between them, so that ties the space together.
So what was the question?
So I'm saying, can you give the council a steer around how you, because we're talking about a plan across the council, how you obviously going to look at tying that with the cycleway and what's happening across from you.
Quite frankly, Pete, we're not.
No.
Not at all. I mean, that's their own project that they're involved with, and we wish them all the very best of luck, and if we can support them in any way. If it turns out, you know, for example, that we did a fundraising drive for this, and there was some money that was left over in the pool, and that could go towards that cycle park if they were still needing a bit of a leg up, we'd be more than happy to help out. But these are two standalone projects, totally. We did go with them, didn't we, initially, and speak to them right from the get-go, and they were pretty happy just to do their own thing.
And just to confirm that you're talking about these bicycles, yes, track, yeah, so not cycling, but previously discussed.
Yeah, which again is another great initiative. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I think the point about having a more holistic approach to the space is, as council with guardians of that space, we need to make sure that anyone that wants to do something there that fits in with the overarching plan. So Councillor Oliver, and we'll push up.
Look, just my question is, great initiative, and it's really good for Carroll Bay District. In the progression plan, you need to hold on what the project starts with some stuff.
No, it's a graduated process. Yeah. So, and there's more details on our Facebook page as well. But we have an engagement process with the provider, which is Playground Creations, which the council has already been working with over the past few years as well. So the engagement process just gets us underway with plannings and gives us something to take out to the community and to take to likes of yourself to have a look at. And then there are various sort of graduating parts along the journey where we need to keep on obviously putting money into it to get ourselves to the finish line.
I think the key is the seed money. If we have the seed funding, then we can evolve the plan and then show the community what we've been raising for, which would be a lot easier for us to get buy-in. And that initial funds would be a wonderful gift from our council to get us underway.
Thanks, also on the project.
Thank you.
Thanks, OJ. Thanks, Roslyn. Really appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
I'm doing a fair job as the timekeeper, if that's right. Joe from Tuparo. So now we've got Sue Conley from the South Country Arts Society. Thank you, Sue.
So I'm making this submission on behalf of the South Country Arts Society. And although I'm representing all our members, I'd like to share with you how I personally feel about the gallery. Since moving to Timaru 17 years ago, the Egantide Art Gallery and I have become friends. I would go to the gallery to see what was on in the main gallery and in one of the rooms of the house gallery. This is how I have become acquainted with many of the artworks on the collection. Over time, these works have become like old friends. No matter how short I was on time, I always said hello to Colin Cairns, landscape panels in memory of Daisy Cream. This painting lifts my spirits every time I see it, just like meeting an old friend. I discussed this with other members of the Art Society, and they all had paintings that made their hearts sing. The Eventide provides a place of solace, beauty, and joy. It is truly an amazing treasure. Now, I understand why the historic house was closed due to poor seismic ratings. I also understand that strengthening work can be complicated, and yes, the job has become more complex than first thought. However, I do not understand why this project is stalled. Why has a detailed seismic report not been commissioned so the council can determine the seismic building rating, generally known as the percentage new building standard? We currently sit at 10%, which is very high risk. The council needs to make a decision and set the percentage new building standard at 67%, which is appropriate for a public building. Then consultants must be employed to provide various concept plans and costings for these options. Council has a focus on project delivery, but from our point of view, nothing can move forward until this work is done. This needs to be decided quickly so it can be incorporated into the long-term plan. We are seriously worried that there is a short period of time to complete this work to inform the long-term plan. Accurate and detailed information is needed to do this. The money is available and should be used for this immediately. If the strengthening of the Egantide Gallery and associated work is not in the next long-term plan, then the historic house could languish closed for another 3 years. This is totally unacceptable to us. This project will never be delivered until the next steps are taken. This work has to be done in order to progress this into the long-term plan. Taking us forward was the thing when asking for submissions. We are asking you to take the Eventide Art Gallery forward. Thank you.
Thanks. So thanks very much. Any questions from councillors? Any new questions that we haven't regarded? No? I'd like to thank you. You've got me back on time, so really appreciate that. Look, this is obviously a pretty key thing for the community, and we're frustrated around where it's at as well. But I think we're in a really good place to make sure we understand what the full costs are and line up with the LTP so we can keep.
Yeah, but I mean, some work's already been done because they've done an initial seismic report, and there's been a geotechnical report, and there's been a historical report, but now we just seem to be stuck, not moving forward.
Yeah.
And I understand that it is a complex thing that has got more complex as the bits have all been added in. It's not just the strengthening of the historic house. It's actually a lot more than that. But actually, someone needs to be driving this forward because otherwise we'll just slip back and slip back.
Yeah, I would agree. It does feel like a leakage for that action. So,
well, I mean, and there is money available to start that, to keep that action going forward. I mean, I know that's not going to cover the whole cost of it, but actually that money's already in the budget. It's not going to do the whole strengthening, but it's actually going to move us forward to actually get to that where we actually can be, providing plans and.
Yeah, look, and I think that's exactly what that funding is in the budget for the next year of implement. So, for us to do that work. So thank you.
Okay.
Really appreciate that.
We do. Fraser Park Trust.
Yes. And that's right. Thanks to all those that are leaving. Appreciate you coming this morning.
Very.
And another issue that will fill the house, so we've got dogs, penguins, and gallery now, so good to see. So we put those in our planning and get people along to council. Welcome today, thanks so much for coming to present to us, and I'll hand over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come along and discuss our submission and information for the Stimulus Fund for the development of Fraser Park. My name is Philip Guerin, and I have with me today Mr. Brett Eisterstuff, Chairman of the Fraser Park Community Trust Board, and Mr. Gary Burke of Green Group Limited, who has been appointed the head contractor of the project redevelopment, and I have a couple of points to make when I finish. You've read our submission, so I might go over the same ground. Of the 79 submissions to council, of those that made comment on the stimulus fund, 96% approved. Of those supporting the fund, submitters said they wanted direct economic benefit to the community. This project does that. They also wanted to fund capital projects. Dr. Lily Cook of Community and Public Health emphasised the need to see projects promote community wellbeing and to cater for all ethnicities in order to enhance community cohesion. Other contributors wanted projects to have ongoing district benefits, contribute to morale, be long-term and sustainable, all of which is redevelopment encapsulates. Sean Campbell of Sport Canterbury, and from whom we have a letter of support, says we encourage council to consider projects that will have a long-term benefit to physical, mental and emotional well-being. It concludes that sport, play, active recreation and physical activity will be key in the recovery and return to normal of community life and spirit. We should aim to minimise barriers to participation and encourage access to our community facilities, something that this project clearly does with multi-sport aspect, refreshed access and gender-neutral changing rooms. It's really important that council and the ratepayer understands that this project is not requesting funds for consultants, for investigative work, for elaborate designs, but for actual bricks and mortar. Something that many submitters have alluded to in comments to council. The project is shovel ready, pending building consent. All due diligence work is complete, designs accepted, existing use rights secured, and significant funding is in place. A memorandum of understanding has been signed and numerous letters of support gained. It is also important to note that without a council capital contribution, that we would not be in a position to apply to New Zealand for this facility. We sincerely hope you will favourably consider our application. You will be responsible for enabling a project which will ensure the well-being of many people in our district, more so than before. The project will provide impetus for economic stimulus to get our region back on its feet following COVID-19. You will be part of the team that can make this happen, and therefore guarantee that Timaru is a first-class, multi-sport event centre that future generations can enjoy and be very proud of. Thank you. Now I hand over to Mr. Eisterstuff.
Hello everybody. I just want to make a few comments. Stadium is a community asset. The Fraser Park Community Trust are committed at making it a multi-use facility, but to achieve that we need to change. Change is needed. Much of the infrastructure at the stadium is at the end of its useful life. Number one stands at 40% standard. There's no female suitable changing facilities. These stands in a decaying state. The playing surface needs upgrade to increase hours of use, and the office space needs upgrade. We are committed to upgrading the stadium so as able to meet its purpose for the future, which is multiple use, female and male friendly. The service we're able to use for a much increased
I got involved in this project strangely, really. I said I was never going to do another one in this community once. Probably was dragging me into one or two before, and long drawn out, really difficult thing to provide and produce. And the only reason I got involved with this one is because it totally involves all of our community. It's just not one facet of the community, it's everybody. This is a multi-purpose situation. So Timaru has some extremely good facilities. Seabay, Morgan's Road is very impressive. One thing it lacks is our national sport. And one-day facilities now are not just for one portion of the community, it's for everybody to enjoy. And with turning Fraser Park into a multi-purpose facility for everybody to enjoy, it fills that purpose. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm committed to helping this project get off the ground and become available for our community. So Timaru District Council is our community. That's the body that acts for our community, and that's why I think it's very important for you to become involved through funding from ratepayers, because at the end of the day, it is our facility. It's not Fraser Park Trust. It's not South Canterbury. It's a community facility, and it needs to be first class, and it is really big. So for $7.5 million, we get a first class facility that would be the envy of the rest of New Zealand. So that's my goal. So I hope you see the same impetus in this that I do, both from an investment point of view and from an asset that's going to last the next 50 years. As Brent said, the existing facility was so we need to fix it now. This has been hanging around for an awful long time. We walk away from it and get about it all together. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. Questions, Councillor Wills?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, great initiative. Really appreciate the time and effort that's gone into it. The question is running costs. We've got a figure that's going to work out per year. It's going to cost to run this organisation, both the grounds and all the other administrative aspects behind the scenes. And the reason I ask that question, into the second question, is that I don't want to see it 50 years to the District Council, because ones that are coming behind us will look at us and go, what a dumb decision you made. 50 years time, I hope that we don't have to take ownership of Fraser Park back and try and pop up financially. So we want to be able to see that as a viable, engaged facility that people do get involved behind it, that we can have that connection and some confidence that if we're going to invest into this, we see it as a long-term project for the community as a whole. So we have seen Fraser Park come back in the care of TDC. We've also seen the SDS Centre come back in the care of TDC as well. So do you see that's almost been a handover maybe in 10 to 15 years?
This has been looked at on a commercial basis, and the reality is that the sales and whatnot that run right down the centre of that are for corporate sponsors, and sitting behind that is Rooney Group guaranteeing that income. So there is no for maintaining or commitments in the future. It's a one-off circumstance to get it up and operating so that it can be self-sustaining. So it is self-sustaining through those sales and corporate responsibility to be backed up by. So that is a signed contract in place now.
I think in addition to that, I think it's very important that council understands very straightforward financial management in place to ensure that the facility can act.
I will make sure it acts like I can pick up the bill if it doesn't happen.
Previously, so appreciate it. Have you got an idea of running costs at the stage though, and costs involved?
In terms of the stadium,
running the stadium.
Yeah. So the major cost in terms of the stadium is renewing the surface every 15 years, which we've had costed number one ground would be upgraded every 15 years because it's artificial. So and that's built into our budget. And we've got that costed and also agreed with the stakeholders around how that's done.
Thank you. So thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks very much. So basically what you're saying is that we give you $1 million, you'll spend basically invest $7.5, or basically the capital will be, so there's that $1 million will be an enabler to outreach another $6.5 million investment, which will be quite substantial.
We've been advised that it saves time a lot of dollars community facilities fund as well.
Right.
So without council capital contribution, we've been advised that we should leave it behind.
And so versatility could be an banquet facility as well, and proper catering facilities. What other things did you have in mind that multi-purpose to make it?
So the original designs, when we looked at the brief and we provided the brief to Thompson's, they did have that idea in mind with a conference centre attached to it, but bearing in mind that we're in a residential situation, that could have limitations. Also, we thought about the wider Timaru, what Timaru needs, also a convention conference facility, but of course that cost came back well beyond our reach. And so we brought it down to what actually does the site need to do. And it was multiple aspect, community event aspect for our community.
But it could be a multi-purpose, like a facility for having functions.
Yeah, well there is room in there, there is room in there for 150 to 200 people for a function. So there is room, but probably not beyond that, and we don't consider going.
I think you just have constraints around licensing, whether licensing or restrictions and the trigger.
And neighbours.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Burt.
Yeah, thank you. Look at any way you look at it is value for money in terms of where we're going forward with the sport and all those things. In terms of COVID, how that's changed the sporting environment, how it's changed the governing bodies' ability to have a product to run there and everything that evolves from that around monies. Has this or does this was going to affect the budget that we're looking at in terms of running this for monies that may have otherwise come through the franchises like the Crusaders and the short term and medium term potentially?
Yeah, so the most significant income for us comes from NZ Rugby. 70% of our income comes out of NZ Rugby. It depends how we get test matches up and running, but at some point they will. The income is still set to flow from there. The TV rights are in place. The long term, I don't know, there's some short term issues, maybe about that, but not significant long term. So there's other income for us and for us in a significant number of years. And then the balance of our income comes out of at this point, the reception we're getting about is with short we've operated budget around how it's going to work in COVID, but it still looks
Thank you. Councillor Alderson, and then last question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to funding, has there been a commitment to the stage from many of the other, I suppose, contributors that want to use the facilities about financial input into it as well? Or are they sitting back at the stage without a financial commitment?
sitting back at the stage of the financial commitment committed to use. But we fear most of the interested parties in terms of what we use aren't quite up to the position to contribute much in terms of
so they'll get your benefit out of it.
Yeah, they're more likely to be an income source for us rather than a contribution source.
Cool. Thank you. I think that's, and thank you, Philippa, especially for presenting the first again. It feels like deja vu, I know, but we do appreciate it. It's a very good project, so thanks to thanks, Gary.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers.
It's not all now.
Hey, sorry. Go for it, just weird.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, very good morning to you both. Are you happy if I stand for a minute?
Yeah, well,
with us? Thank you. My name is Rhys Taylor. I've met many of the councillors and officers over previous years here in the voluntary capacity. I've got other projects that are connected with the council from time to time. My professional work very much as a volunteer. I'm joined by Ross Wells, who is another trustee of the trust and is our treasurer. Very important to have a good financial health. I'd like to present, if I could, some information about the project, a bit harder than the next. So I will be putting some pictures up, may be useful to you. I'll try and run through them quickly in our limited time. The Sustainable South Canterbury Trust, or the Sustainable Trust, is a registered charity. Its track record is only running the Crow's Nest shop. Move on to the next picture. The unless you can be remote, you have. Good. Perfect, thank you. You may have been to visit the Crow's Nest in recent months, noticed that it's had quite a facelift. It's been well managed. It has a very highly motivated team working there, and it's also improved its turnover, which is very healthy for us as a trust. I wouldn't say it's making profits, but it's paying its way. When you're dealing with the items in society which others otherwise would have sent to landfill, we reckon that's very much a win-win. The Crow's Nest gives the commercial solidity to our trust. We're a trading operation which has charitable purposes, and that allows us to operate the trust and to be adventurous in our other objectives of the charity, which relate to education and community development. The trust is a body walking the talk. Our reuse shop finds new users for discarding goods to keep them out of landfill. We're also taking that principle somewhat further in the project which you have supported from this council, its first phase, which is to reuse part of your closed landfill site by relocating a donated building, courtesy of Mr. Bateman, re-roofing it, courtesy of New Zealand Steel, that gave us the roof, and making it weathertight and structurally sound to meet the new building code. That was $700,000 worth of work that you contributed to that, as indeed did the South Canterbury Trust. We now have stage 1 completed on time and on budget as a first stage. Obviously, we intend to move from a shelter building to a fully equipped building. We're going to create an eco-centre or environmental education centre for the region, focusing Timaru, but available to be honest, I think part of Waitaki, part of Mackenzie, and certainly all of the Timaru district. Steps towards this, just the headlines there, won't read all those out, because we've been working on this since 2015. So we're now fundraising. Obviously, like many others, our fundraising efforts have been rather interrupted by recent pandemic circumstances, and particularly the work we wanted to do with local businesses where sponsorship and donation. Some of those businesses have put less out to help us than they would have been a few months ago. However, the Community Trust have stepped up with a second grant of $150,000 because of their commitment to our project. We're very grateful for that support and that community backing. And we're making a bid to lotteries, which will go on later this year. One of the key points lotteries have made to us is we have to show continued support from our local authority to show that this project is one which has the whole community backing. We're also building up our membership arrangements. We're launching a membership scheme shortly for friends of the Eco-Centre to help us along our way. Quick view of progress in pictures since 2018 through to 2019. Team got underway, Colin Shaw building, provided a very competitive quote for the work and helping us in that way. We put in special foundations, which are suitable for a landfill site. As you'll know, landfill can settle, so we have to design special foundations to suit the building. They're also insulated, because the concrete in there is going to be part of the basis of the passive solar conversion of the steel timber building to working in one way. The 2 arms of the building, which were brought to the site, were craned into place on the foundations, and the space between the two has become an extension of the foyer to make the building larger footprint. We're grateful to our initial supporters that brought us this far, and we're getting ready for the next stage. And that's a floor plan illustration. On the left-hand side, you'll see there's a display area. The top of the picture there's facing out to the solar north, and we have the necessary utilities and services of the building. We have storage space. A decent sized meeting area to take a full size classroom or a small day conference or training event for business and professional people. We have an outdoor classroom space as well. So we've got a weathertight structure, not as beautiful as it will be when it's finished, but it keeps the elements out and keeps the elements out of its intention. Our next phase is the interior design and the education fit out of that building and all those practical things you have to do to turn structure into a functioning energy efficient building. Solar photovoltaics, part of that plan, our aim is to generate sufficient power to power the crow's nest as well. We've got landscape and outdoor road work to do. And our aim is to find and create a facility which is more than a sustainability education centre. This will be a mini conference facility. It will be a facility which is used by business and professional organisations, bodies like the Chamber of Commerce, the agricultural industries and others who need a venue at which to run events. In this new context, this really important new context, we all have a more energy efficient, lower carbon, resource efficient world. We want to be champions of that. We understand from your initial support for the council, you also want to place Timaru District as a body that takes initiative in that field, and certainly the business world is showing great interest in sustainability as a new way of working. So from that point of view, project and your ability to support the project is part of the council being active in the 21st century for the new direction we all have to go. That's part of our new reality. We're delighted as a not-for-profit organisation to work in partnership with the government to do that. In terms of operation of the centre, it will be mostly self-financing because the opportunity is there to charge for users of the building, to receive small grants from charitable causes, and to engage volunteers. So we've got ways of running the costs as tight as we can. The energy efficiency of the building, good insulation, the solar power generation, and so on, will make it very efficient and inexpensive to run. That's the whole point we're trying to demonstrate. Architect's impression of the finished building, viewed from the north. We're also members of a national network. This puts Timaru on the national map. The national network is Environment Hubs Aotearoa, it's an incorporated society of all the environment centres around the country. It doesn't offer them in operation at present, and there'll be 15 or 16 in a year's time. They're negotiating with the Ministry of the Environment for help with their revenue funding. We are on that list of centres to be assisted. So we're bringing that extra resource into the district. What will people discover by using this centre? There'll be both the education focus and the display, the demonstration, including the building itself, which will demonstrate features. We'll have their interpretation on the building, showing what we've done in demonstration. So it'll be about reuse and recycling, reducing waste, efficient rainwater gathering and use, energy efficiency, and the knowledge to change your behaviour and your appliances and equipment to be energy efficient. It will promote and display products from local businesses and suppliers, which meets our criteria as promoting sustainability. It will demonstrate how to reduce your carbon emissions, and it will have economic spin-offs for the city, for the region, in helping participating businesses use the showcase for their products and services. And we don't have a building idea centre or anything like that anywhere near the Management Street in Christchurch. We don't have a display to showcase business initiatives. It's all very ad hoc, but we've got a focal point here that we can display those examples. So people coming in for a short course, a school event or whatever, will have a display they can visit when they come to the premises from which they will learn. So we've got that opportunity within the showcase, which has not existed before. So we see this as a project which, although it's run from a charitable education base, has a really good economic benefit for the local area. The site itself is also very suitable. This is not just a beautiful, glamorous rural site. This is a working site, it's an industrial area, it's sometimes a little bit odorous. It's a site which is close to a rising sea level. It's threatened in that sense in the long term by how you defend your coast and Ogdenville against the sea. It's next to Saltwater Creek, which in my other professional work I've actually learned quite a lot about. Actually, operating there, trying to clean up that waterway. It's very close to a rural wetland, which has many hundreds of interesting wildlife species. It's close to the town and all the issues that are urban issues. So this is quite different from an environmental education centre, somewhere like training where you go away from the town to do environmental work. This is about environmental learning where we live, in the urban centre, in the urban location. And if we don't actually get into the hearts and minds of our urban residents, we're not going to deal with the environmental challenges we face. You can't just do it as a countryside. This is an urban issue. So that's a quick view of the project. Very happy to take your questions. I'm very keen to see your continued investment in phase 2 of our project. just to summarise on those points, with what you might call a shovel-ready project, we have a site. We have the building contractor lined up, ready to work. We have some of the money already at the bank. Need to move on.
Thanks, Trace. Thanks, Ross. So what is your total cost of completion?
Cost of completion is about 700,000.
In
Stage two,
budget
budget 700,000, and that would be turnkey, car parks, bus parks, roading, and lights. We may consider breaking that into stage 2A and 2B. We need to just rework the economics and make sure we double up on moving contractors off and on site multiple times. So of that 700, we have, we're back 41, and we have some reserves. And from that, we'll look to libraries, TDC, some other commercial partners and corporate sponsors. There'll be hopefully some in-kind work, which will contract out the dollar. Then we'll go for local supports, and then the friends of the process to name those. I just made one comment. We do have, with the Croziers, we have a fully funded manager, and in that salary band, we've allocated between 40 and 50% of that time cost to the Eco Centre. So we have that resource and covered in the current budget.
Okay, cool. And so that help deal with education.
Yep. As essentially, once we turn the key, or receive the key, turn the lock, that manager will step in and do the day-to-day stuff as well.
Cool. Well, thanks. Question from Councillor Nixon.
Ross, how did your group go? Forgive me if I say you're probably not a sexy project, so how did you go post-COVID? I mean, I would imagine some of the people you were targeting for funding may have dried up. Would that be?
I'm not so sure if it's dried up. We had to defer those applications or delay them. Yeah. We're going into the next round rather than the round we're targeting. So I think perhaps 3 to 6 months delay. But in the main, we didn't really get in the other negative, other than we had to stand down our staff through the course of the subsidy.
We've not lost any work ourselves.
Thank you.
Councillor Burke.
Yeah, really good to hear your plans, and I just wonder, have you got a long-term agreement with the council in regards to the position of your assets on that site?
We have a lease, and then our operational budget is going through renewal processes as we speak. At the moment, we're doing annual variations until 1 July 21, I think, to line up with your new contract for the waste.
Which is at a 15-year contract.
So, and then we'll line our contract with that. But the lease is in place. I wouldn't say perpetuity, but it's probably going to align with our future contracts.
Our funders view us as a secure tenant.
Okay. And that's the whole quadrant, as you see on the slides, there's 4 parts of the quadrant. So we're into part 2, there's 2 more to go, which is going to be some other initiatives after we get the Eco Centre established.
We've got enough room for a small nursery or a community food demonstration garden. We've got outdoor space suitable for energy generation processes. So this is a larger scale project. Equivalents for us to grant offered with projects like Ceres in Melbourne, where you have a sustainability education centre which is much more built.
And then Ed also mentioned sort of annexed onto the side of that is the Opera Woodlands. Whilst we don't have any say in that, it is an neighbour which we want to include in our future strategy plan.
And that's also district management.
So, have you been, I guess, approached and spoken with in regards to the new contract pending in relationship these relationships as to getting your goods at the gate, etc. Has that been considered through that process?
The board of trustees have spent a lot of time in that area. We've reserved our decision to be involved with tenderers because we feel that could be conflicting. But we've made it known that we'll speak and be available to tenderers, but probably on a very high level basis. We don't want to get involved in the submission of we don't want to be subject to or part of the condition of that tender.
We'll work with whoever is the successful tenderer, but we're in a position to help them and they're in a position to help us. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. I think that's no final comments. You're all I really appreciate that and really cool project. So yeah,
We'll certainly keep you posted. We'll welcome a chance to talk to you about this fund. It was good to read in terms of public feedback how the public likes the idea of this thing. Certainly, the future focus seems so important. You could think how you invest this funds for the future. So future benefit. Short-term job creation maybe, but long-term benefit.
cool. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it. Thank you. That thing, we are going to Zoom now. So we've got Nikki with us, which there. Hi, Nikki. How are you? Can you hear us all right?
Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora. Yes, I can hear you very well, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, really well. So I'll just open the floor to you and present. And you've got 10 minutes. And if you want to say a couple of minutes for some questions from the councillors.
Fabulous, thank you very much. My name is Nikki Snoek and I'm the Regional Manager for Forest and Bird in the Canterbury and the West Coast regions. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today on the Timaru District Plan, Annual Plan, 2020-21. We made a submission and I'm going to speak to that today. So I'd just like to acknowledge that times are really tough in New Zealand, but as a result of this COVID-19 thing, but I think we're really well positioned to come out of it okay in terms of the rest of the world. Our submission relates to the question about how the COVID stimulus fund could be used to aid the Timaru District recovery. The pandemic has demonstrated the fragility of the economy and the people. And it's also demonstrated that it's a biological disruption and has sharpened the focus on environmental resilience and an economy to match, and especially in the face of any sort of future climate disruption. And we think that this COVID-19 recovery presents an opportunity to refocus our environmental priorities and to create a better future for a better society for future generations. You may have seen our Recovery for People and Planet document that we sent out quite a long time ago to give people a few good ideas about what could be done in terms of recovery and the environment. We'd just like to acknowledge that the then Mayor signed the Local Government Leaders Climate Change Declaration in 2017, and there are some excellent guiding principles in there. And this has been supported by the passing of the Zero Carbon Act, and which reinforces the national commitment to reducing climate emissions. We were therefore surprised that the annual plan did not even mention climate change as far as I could see. We'd really, really love to see the TDC develop an ambitious action plan for climate adaptation. And initiatives might include a stocktake of the district's carbon footprint, and identifying ways to encourage all sectors of the economy to do their bit to achieve the goals. Forest and Bird's key area of interest is the protection of Indigenous biodiversity. And this is inherently connected to building resilience, and especially with regards to the effects that climate change might throw at us in the future. And I just want to mention the imminent arrival of the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, which reinforces the national direction to address the current biodiversity crisis. And we think that good outcomes for this can be achieved if the local government systems are aligned and functioning. We'd just like to really acknowledge that the great work that the Timaru District Council has done already for Indigenous biodiversity protection in your district, and acknowledge the great work of the staff in this this area and the work of the Biodiversity Working Group. And we just want to acknowledge that and support this excellent work that you've done so far. Currently, there are excellent opportunities to enhance the environment and biodiversity protection through the government's COVID Recovery Jobs for Nature funding. And we hope that the Council has considered this and used our Recovery for People and Planet document for some good ideas. We understand that Environment Canterbury has put together a really strong proposal for COVID recovery environmental jobs throughout the region, and I just wonder if you guys have seen that. I thought it was really great what they've done, and we just think that Forest and Bird thinks that Timaru District Council could align its strategic priorities for the environment with Environment Canterbury's, and those are looking at freshwater management, including management of the drinking water supply, and good work on braided rivers to restore natural character. And their other strategic priority for ECAN is a step change for Indigenous biodiversity. So we think a coordinated approach on those things is essential to ensure that these strategic priorities can be realised in the most effective and efficient way. After all, land use and healthy ecosystems are inherently connected, and especially to water quality. One way that we think the Timaru District Council could better align is to employ a specialist biodiversity person. We'd recommend that that person could work on a strategy for the Timaru District Council that draws all the threads together. That's a biodiversity strategy that sort of sits within the Canterbury Regional Biodiversity Strategy, and that links the protection and restoration of biodiversity and freshwater ecosystems, and someone that could work with people in your district who are really keen to make improvements. And it's clear that you've got lots of people out there that want to do good stuff. And we also think that the voluntary approach would be greatly enhanced by a strong commitment to improving the regulatory side of things. Forest and Bird would recommend that the council upskill and bolster its capability and capacity for compliance monitoring and enforcement with regards to environmental regulation, and especially the work around SNAs that you've done already, and so that the good work that you've done already is that up front is not undone. But you sort of need that good balance of voluntary stuff as well as the regulatory stuff to back it all up. And this may be easier done by sharing the capabilities with Environment Canterbury and other territorial authorities throughout Canterbury. The community really does expect strong compliance monitoring enforcement, if nothing more than to support that excellent work that has already been done by Council, and to reward those who have voluntarily taken up the Council's offer of help in this area. So, just to finish, we really would love to see the Timaru District Council align its strategic priorities with the ECANs for the environment, and that is the freshwater stuff, the freshwater focus on freshwater and drinking water supplies and clean, healthy ecosystems, that sort of thing, and a step change for Indigenous biodiversity. And if you had a dedicated person in your organisation to sort of oversee that, that could set up a bit of a strategy, I think that would put you in a really good stead for a good environmentally resilient future pathway for your district. So thank you very much for the opportunity to submit and also to speak today. I'll take any questions if you would like to hear from me.
Thanks, Nikki. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in via Zoom. Any questions for Nikki? Look, just I do know some of the, we are doing some work at Canterbury Council level around carbon footprints. Also, with some of the vision and strategy work that we're doing within Council, we are probably heavily leaning towards a more environmental focus, if you like. So there's certainly some positives that I've seen in my short time here. So, and certainly listen to your points around ECAN's freshwater and drinking water, step change for biodiversity, etc. So, and with a focus in and around climate change. So, it is a lot. We have been probably doing a lot of work, but also it's very much so top of mind when we are considering anything such as climate change, etc., and the environmental impact of our decision making, if you like, moving forward. So really appreciate your, and hope you pick up on what I'm saying, right? I really appreciate your submission today, and thank you for taking the time.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. And we're here to help if you need to get in touch with us. Please do.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Sean. That's good.
Cool. I think we're good with virus and all that sort of. Yeah, probably prepared as part of the legal plan submission. I guess first thing I want to talk about was I guess our community at the moment has got a few physical activity and wellbeing challenges as we work through recovery of COVID. So I think the submission has touched on the proposal to increase fees around facilities and things. Just like carefully consider that. We have a number of clubs decreasing fees, decreasing affiliation, suffering from a lack of membership and membership income coming in, as well as that the gain of funders that they access normally are restricted. None of that investment goes into our facility hire, so just to really, really carefully consider the impact that will have on our clubs and whether it's, while we understand the rationale, whether the timing is correct at the moment. In addition, just wanted to touch on a couple of things at Sport Canterbury. They're sort of linked to COVID, but very closely. And obviously, we have a very close working relationship between some of the councils and Sport Canterbury over time. With that common goal of getting more people in our community out more active more often. So, one thing that has been through COVID is a significant budget, but it's been approved. $265 million invested by government into sport over the next 4 years, broken down to 3 phases. But what I sort of get from your stimulus fund is that I want you to really consider that there's some money bring things for those projects as well as having economic benefit that have physical activity and network that positive as well. So getting those projects up and go. The investment is broken down into 3 main parts. First one is right now, is survival. We've got a number of clubs and organisations suffering, so providing relief to ensure that play, active recreation, sporting opportunities can continue and that people remain and our organisations remain viable, so that's survival state. The second is sort of the next part, is to improve the system, to make us more sustainable, to improve opportunities and look at measures and essentially make us stronger. And then lastly, COVID's provided a lot of opportunity to be different and better, as well as I'm more excited than anyone that our community sports up and running. It's important that we look for new ways and better ways to do things. So 30% of that $265 million will be invested in trying to make sport and play opportunities more accessible, better, and more fulfilling for those that are involved in what the end user wants. So what are we doing at Sport Canterbury? So we're putting a significant amount of our reserves into the short-term relief of getting things going again, and particularly in that strengthen and adapt phase to improve our organisation's capability and sustainability. We have partnered with the Rada Foundation through the last 6 weeks, and I can't give you a dollar amount because it is only verbal, it has been improved, and it's a significant investment that will enable us to use more of our own investment in our regions as well. So yeah, it's significant. What we do, look, I won't read this obviously, but it's really around business improvement services, making sure that those clubs and organisations have support and access to the right professional people to help them that understand the non-profit sector and the sports sector as well, not just business advice. We look at some shared services, cost savings where it is appropriate, and and obviously leveraging collaboration and innovation together to make it more viable. So the first part of this investment from Sport New Zealand was $15 million was released to the community. Of that, $1.7 million was allocated to the Canterbury West Coast region by the Community Resilience Fund for sports groups to apply to ensure the short term for their financial hardship for the COVID impact through April, May, and June. So essentially, as of last Friday, we supported 271 organisations and distributed $940,000 in that 4-week period, directly to clubs on the ground and to our regional sport organisations in our community. As far as what that will look like by the end of sort of June, when this fund will close, there's about $1.2 million out the door directly into the sustainability of our clubs from the impact that they've had. Clubs could only get $1,000, which might not seem like a lot, but it is a drop in the ocean to make them survive what we've been impacted, where our local regional organisations is around $40,000 per year. Wanted to acknowledge, thank you for what you currently do. Like, it is appreciated by our clubs and organisations and by Sport Canterbury around the work you do in investing in spaces and places and preparation of grounds and the maintenance, and also the grant support for programs and events and making things happen. I guess it's, if this fund does get up and going, which I'm hoping it does, bring some for a sector that supports community wellbeing and physical activity getting going, but also their sustainability in the long term and invest in those things as well. And yeah, just some questions, please.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that. We've got Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you, Worship. The presentation, thank you, Sean. First of all, I've got a question. You had a presentation before the Fraser Park Trust. They're looking to build a multi-purpose building. And I'm just wondering a couple of questions. Have they engaged with you through Spaces and Places report and your connectivity there, but more so through the funding aspect? Has there been any discussion on your level about working effectively with that, and what's your view on their multi-purpose facility?
Yeah, so they have engaged with us through the Spaces and Places project, and it is endorsed by us. And there is strong collaboration with multiple partners. It's not just obviously one sport facility, which they're showing that there is agreements in place. I guess probably when we talk about collaboration and funding, we're probably not in the same boat as trying to get the same amount of money, but what I can do is that they can approach. There's a South Canterbury funders group essentially operating at the moment, which is sort of relatively new to us, 12 and 10 months old, but they are in contact with them. And we're across most projects, but it's a bit this like that is on the table.
So you're fully supported?
Yeah.
And can be sport collectively?
As long as it is a collaborative approach to the use of that ground and that it's used at its full capacity.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that.
Councillor Wilkes, Councillor Parker.
Thanks, Sean.
Sorry,
Thanks, Sean. Of the 271 organisations that receive some funding of the Canterbury West Coast area, do you know the drawdown for South Canterbury Ultimate District?
I can tell you that the dollar amount for Timberi District has gone up to 130,000. Yeah.
Do you know how many about 100 organisations?
It'll be close to 15 to 20. And that's just the Timberi District has been successful applications from McKinsey and Primary as well. Obviously smaller because most of the other regional organisations are based here.
That's good that they're accessing it.
Yeah, they are accessing it. There's probably a few people who are, still sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly shows you the pressure points on society within the sport organisations, doesn't it, as far as funding and as far as non-debts being in place, so it's right through, so I appreciate the time. Councillor Booth.
Can you give me an example where money's been supplied, what benefit has been? you've seen something specific happen.
From the resilience fund. Okay, so I'll give you the most obvious example is we were able to support the South Henry Rugby League to $30,000. So that money was dedicated for fixed overhead costs, the costs that can't be avoided during COVID. So that was the key bit of the business fund. It had to be on this fixed cost, and things like insurance, zero fees, new rates, things that were discounted. So that was but the flow-on effect is that they were able to drop their affiliation to clubs as the members by 50% this year. So down to the end of the who may had their own hardship through this, they were able to provide that discount to the kids and to parents playing sport. So I guess that's the most obvious example. Other ones, I think we have a story on our website about it, Wicker Bowls Club, who just highlighted that they were able to continue to pay their power bill without any bar, without anyone coming in and supporting them. So, look, it's a little bit a long way as well as big benefit as well.
Yeah, thanks. Look, and I'm involved with South Henry Football, and I know Football South over down as low as 60% of their income, so it's very just to keep the organisation afloat. So there's a lot of people school making some big sacrifices to keep going. So that's it. So support. So I think that's time. So I really appreciate you coming, Sean.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, so we've got Brian now on behalf of Jenny, our friend from Weekend, so great to see you.
Good morning.
Just the button on the wipes around. Thanks.
Good morning, my name is Graham Clark. I'm Principal Science Advisor at Weekend, part of the Senior Leadership Team in the Timaru office. Councillor Scott was unavailable and he sends his apologies. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Chair Tim Huey. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Environment Canterbury's submission of the Council's draft and plan for 2020-2021. Our key message today is that in these uncertain times with the advent of COVID-19 and the impacts this will have on our economy and communities, working together in partnership will be more important than ever. A collaborative joined-up approach to local government is essential. We highly value our relationship with your council. We'd particularly like to acknowledge your significant contribution to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum and its various working groups, especially the leadership provided by your Mayor and Chief Executive, Lee Karen, as Chair of the Corporate Forum. The Mayoral Forum's leadership, coordination and advocacy continue to be vital as Canterbury's councils guide the region's economic and social COVID-19 recovery. We also look forward to working with you as we come to a better understanding of the impacts of climate change and how to manage those impacts. With respect to the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, we'd like to acknowledge Timaru District Council's support of the Ōrāri, Temuka, Ōpiki, Ariora Zone Committee, and your valuable contribution to implementing the work of the committee. We urge you to consider cultural, ecological, and community health across your work, and to consider biodiversity such as wetlands and mahinga kai. For example, with respect to managing the recreation activities at Caroline Bay and in any future planning processes. In relation to planning work underway, we look forward to continuing to work with you in your district plan to help give effect to the regional policy statement and providing support on the development of a number of chapters, including natural hazards, biodiversity, stormwater, and the coastal environment. I'd also like to note Environment Canterbury's support for your commitment to water supply upgrade projects, specifically with improvements around efficiency, and we encourage ongoing infrastructure upgrades in townships to deliver improved Three Waters services. For public transport, I'd like to mention the My Way by Metro on-demand public transport trial in Timaru and acknowledge the support of your council, both in championing the trial and also the work of your staff and councillors in ensuring the provision of the infrastructure to support it. We're very pleased with how it's going and the uptake from the community. Finally, I'd like to reiterate that should your community support the establishment of a $2 million stimulus fund, we would welcome the opportunity to work together on areas of shared interest. For example, through the forums we're both involved with, such as the Zone Committee and the Biodiversity Advisory Group. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Grant. Appreciate it. Any questions for Grant? Just shows you the strength of the relationship, and I think you made some really valid points in that regard around partnership, and my way is a great example of working together and how successful that can be. And we're pretty excited to be part of that yesterday, myself and Councillor Barker, who's really involved. So, and we look forward to working with EKN moving forward. So, yeah, thanks so much for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. We're got some time now. Sorry, Aaron, I'm just conscious that you're a little bit later, but we do have time now for a break. If you want to go over, totally up to you. Sorry. Well, you don't know, I don't have to. No, it's just right. You're good. Thanks, Aaron. It's going on the theme of Graham's talking on the theme of biodiversity. I'll bring it right in.
Maria, tēnā koutou I tēnei rā. Te ora, ki te wai au, ki te marama, ki te runga. Ki te raro, te ora e. Koutouri, ka hakri mata, te mona. Ka tuanui te waka, ka waika te api. Ka waika te tuanui te iwi, ka ngāti mahu te hapu. Ka Aaron Topolinoa, ka Wilson Jones te pānau. Ka tangi te tiki, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi ko ki ahu. Ki hei Mauriori. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. Here, I have some seed that I've gathered around this region and northern places ready to be germinated. These plants are from Kofi, seed that when it travels north, and Kofi that is sourced locally in Caramel Bay. My question to this one, was the origin eco-sourced? I don't have that answer. Today, I wish that the planets be aligned with the Matariki. That my two owners, my ancestors, support my kaupapa. I ask for you to imagine what this area of Tiwai was like pre-colonisation. Today, in this 10-minute allocation, I ask that as a team we decide the future of Timaru District Council's biodiversity for future generations, let's say 100 or 900 years, intergenerational regeneration. Or let it be on the slippery slope of destruction. I personally can't see this happen and will protect the environment and ask for your help in creating a positive outcome forward. The choice is ours. I ask that you imagine a walk-up as the environment and the paddlers being every one of us that live in this ecological region of South Canterbury. We need to all paddle in the same direction to create biodiversity for future generations. How can we explain this in action to future generations? Flora and fauna, all live here, and we need to restore habitats for them now and into the future. Have you taken the time to read the submission document which has been created of many discussions, locally, nationally, internationally? This kaupapa is about the region today and the discussions about our future as people that occupy this space in this period of time. Have you any questions with regard to the submission? Educate, employ, regenerate. Ka whakatupu ki te whenua, ka ora ki te iwi. Nurture the land and give life to the people. The blend of Mataranga Māori and Mataranga Pākehā in restorative collaboration. To encourage community participation in the restoration of biodiversity within the Timaru district by the establishment of a community nursery or planting projects. The nursery or projects would facilitate many opportunities for social, educational, community enhancement. So I ask you again, have you any questions around the submission?
Cool, thank you. Questions? Well, lots of questions. Councillor Booth, can I give it?
Yeah, thanks very much. So are you suggesting we plant natives instead of, I guess, exotics and perhaps, just let land go back to its natural state? Is that what you're sort of saying, or?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying let's restore some of the areas within the region, which in my mind sometimes have been destroyed. I can look at examples around our coastline, some waterways that I believe actually would enhance our community.
It will certainly help us meet our FDS commitments, so I guess that would be one way to. Thank you.
Councillor Booth.
Just in terms of the nursery, have you been talking to the Sustainable South Country Trust that gave a presentation of that? Would there be a space there where we could create a nursery or something like that?
I had a discussion with him quite a while back and was given a space that I don't believe was big enough for the projects anymore.
What sort of size would you?
I've heard of areas of 2.5 acres to do about 200,000 tonnes every year. Trees of Canterbury and Christchurch would have a similar amount. In the North Island, Department Trust would have a smaller amount that many plants. So I see that as being maybe covered in the scheme of things.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Stu stole my question about the Sustainability Trust and the quadrants and the piece of land where they're hoping in the future to perhaps have a bit of a garden, maybe that could be a starting place for your nursery. So you've answered that one for Stu. My other question is just about have you had encouragement or support from Runanga? Just thinking that they are also I think that there are some plans afoot perhaps for some kind of a nursery, and that maybe that could work really well together. I know that they definitely aim to do some restoration.
Good question. I've been having discussions with Runanga now for a period of time, and I'd really love to have their support. However, today I don't have that. And I think as a community, and the Timaru community needs to approach them and discuss that with them. As one person, I am one person. As a complete community, we might have some sway in it, we know. But if I talk to the bigger picture of Runanga in this country, I think council has got a long way to go to get back to some collaboration on it even. And in my life, I hope I see this. Today, I don't.
Thanks, great work though.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Thanks for your passion in bringing some natives back into our communities. Have you looked at any other places? What places have you looked at that you could see that you could achieve your dreams? Is there any specific places that you?
Are you talking within the region or within New Zealand?
Within the region. Within our region, yeah.
I think one of my initial discussions, where I started to grow this discussion was probably at the tipping point. I see Te Autautiki or Dashing Rocks as another area of great potential. I see Highfield golf area, and I know that discussion is on a journey. I see the space on all our streets, and as I drive past it, I'm actually embarrassed on how it is kept. If I go up to Mount Dobson Ski Field, I look at the entranceway and go, we can be doing some work in this space. I could go down any river in this country and go, we can do better. I look at waterways around farms and I go, we as a country can do better. I hope that answers them.
Yeah, no, thank you, because you obviously, if an area was able to become available or something, to what level would you put your energy, your expertise, would you plant an area out on your own yourself, or just you doing it, funding it?
Yeah, I'm talking community projects, right, I'm talking
So you're initiating some community project that you could advise and help people go forward?
Yeah, what I found in this country is that there's many people doing these projects right around New Zealand. I come back to South Canterbury, and I'll just jump into the area which 2 weeks ago I was offered some funding to give to me to come to South Canterbury and put it where I could find someone who would pay that. I know that not one person will apply for that funding. I struggle with this. At South Canterbury is leading out this community. I know in Hamilton, Kitty Road, they have great discussions, they have a university behind them, and they're doing some good work.
Thanks, Peter.
So what funding are you talking about, the biodiversity funding?
I'm sorry?
So what funding are we talking about here?
I believe that was going through one of the trades.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know how much it was. I was just asked to do that, so I ordered it.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a great opportunity at the moment. There's lots of biodiversity funding available. A more collaborative approach to what we need for a lot of those projects that, as you've lined up, there's many products, isn't there? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Aaron. Been part of that one questions would be just asked around the funding. First part of that question is, I understand you've got some ideas and conceptual stuff. Have you at the moment got anyone else coming on the journey with you? Or is this something you're driving yourself and having your own locker at this stage? I know you're trying to space councillors as well, which is awesome. But have you collectively been able to put anyone else in at the moment? And what about funding? Or is this all self-funded at this stage?
Good question. I guess I sit here by myself and know that many people. It's been a bit of a lonely journey, and I spent much time going to the north to see what's happening. Locally, I've received many gifts of pots. I have a Facebook page. I've had many discussions with regard to intergenerational regeneration. So I believe I have support, although sometimes I feel quite lonely. That's good.
Good to see you've got that real passion for you on the gym as well. So.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Look, it's just real great, but I think there's some real good opportunities and we're continue on that conversation with you.
Can I just finish?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for your questions. Timber District Council will pay more than 900,000 in card repairs for the 2019 year to self-reported on the 3rd of June 2020. Why can't this tax stay within our community to plan biodiversity strategy and other carbon projects within the community projects? I have a question for you, Nigel. How many contractors does the Timber District Council use out from outside our region of South Canterbury?
Contractors specifically, you say?
Yeah, any outsourcing of work.
Yeah, look, the majority of stuff is internal, except for two parts which we don't have control over, which is one being world government contracts, so some things are still there. And then sometimes we're writing the NZTA contract, but otherwise our focus is to support local wherever possible on that. Majority of, I don't have percentages in front of me, but majority of contractors are local.
So this concept is a solution for the Timaru District Council's biodiversity strategy. I asked, was it possible to plant a single tree in public space? I'm looking for the answer. I was told 5 years to do so. The journey will continue. Do the people of Timaru as a community want to be involved in projects with long-term environmental outcomes? If so, how do we as a group achieve this to heaven that will reach biodiversity targets? I've met many people on this journey, many of which stand with me on this code up intergenerational regeneration of our fuel, our land. I acknowledge the great work that has already started and the many people that have been involved in this matter. Thank you. I believe that Timaru can do more, that needs to enable people to do so. We have no option to turn back time or change the past, that we can care for the future and make a difference to our natural environment. I'm not here to represent Mount but it'd be great if they would be involved. Today I ask you that you take the time to appraise the submission and move forward to these areas of being within the Timaru District for intergenerational regenerational projects. I would like to thank the many people who have contributed to this co-partner, especially Dylan. Sorry. Joshua, forgive me, ground away from guidelines. Yeah, I don't think we saw it's covered. You know, really, I get to need success is not the way we want it. Now I'm not going to go to the towns.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
We'll break now for, I'll take up some of your morning tea time. 10 minutes back. 20 past. We might as well kick in. All the important people are here. Thank you. Up to you. We've got 10 minutes for you, and if you want to leave a couple of minutes for questions at the end.
I'm a dinosaur.
You're a dinosaur.
The old school where you live within your income. You didn't have any money.
Oh, sorry, that's going to help with it.
Oh, thank you. Well, the voice is loud enough in any case. Okay, you have found yourself in the devil of the deep blue sea, the reds outside your control. But my concern is that we don't want a knee-jerk reaction. I would want the council to think long-term, because my income down, your income down, community income is down, and we've got to start really targeting spending. Now, the history, historically, the council determined a rates rise and start work within them. Now, they didn't do any depreciation till relatively recently, so money for the replacement sale of Ariel pipeline is not there. You can borrow again. So where do we go from here? I see a problem. It's quite simple. We have to have a policy of maintenance is good, capital spending on non-essentials is bad, just blunt as that. So I went through all your stuff and I tipped and criticised. Now I look at it, area up, and all the white things are essentially maintenance except the main out to Washpike. Now I could say why is it needed? It's because of expansion into new territory. And I think and ask whether or not there's a mechanism where we can recover part of that cost short term by charging betterment on the change of land use from rural to industrial. I don't know whether it's possible, but I think it's worth a check. Then we go through all the other things. And I simply take maintenance as saying yes. I have some comments about, for instance, the cemetery. Some 30 years ago, we investigated a new site for a cemetery because 30 years ago, we were told there was 5 years capacity left in Collins Street. How many years we have still got left? With attending to cremations, I don't think that is a particularly urgent spending of cash. Investigate, yes, but I don't think you would need as much money in the short term, meaning this year. You could probably drag it out over 2 or 3 years before you actually have to do it if you need to willing to. Then I look at the Theatre Royal. Now, previously I submitted that the Theatre Royal on its current footprint is, to me, maintenance. It's not capital what you're going to do. But there was also a proposal in the 10-year plan to actually add more capital on what I consider to be a luxury. Working out, what was it again on the Stratford Street frontage? Was it a lift or something? Especially to say it was about $2 million worth of capital as opposed to maintenance. Now, I'm quite happy to support all the maintenance items, including extension of the footprint for the backstage area and reception of, what do you call it, stage cross. But that would be what my limit would be. I cannot support at this time the Heritage Centre. It is not an essential. And if we're short of cash, it can be postponed. And it's not shovel ready. I'm damn sure of that. I see your eyes flicker there.
No, you're quite wrong. It's very shovelly.
Okay, what's going to go into it?
So what's going to go into it?
Yeah.
Into the...
What are you going to put in the building?
What are you going to put in the building? It's a museum and a facility for exhibition.
Righto. It's a museum. What do you call it that? I'll accept a museum extension because the current museum is full. I was more worried about what the contents would be and if it was paper or fabric or stuff like that. The fire prevention and suspension is very complicated. You can't just use sprinklers with water. It's very complicated. That's why I said shovel ready. I question it. Now, also, when I say I'm looking for long-term thinking, you realise there's 100 kilometres of cast iron pipe which corrodes on the inside and reduces in capacity. Historically, there was an attempt to scrape and clean the pipes. Within 3 years, they've re-corroded back to the historic condition. But there's an interesting point. The Crafton Ponds, where there were blowholes in the cars, drilled them out, threaded them, and put mild steel plates in. When we cleaned the scrap inside rust off, all the steel plates blew out. And we had pencil-sized holes all along the line. Now, I don't know what the life of those pipes are, but some of them are well over 120 years old. We've also got the sewer system from 1906 here with combo joints. That will have to be replaced in foreseeable but undefined period. Now, my concern is that we've got to save the money somehow to replace that, and that we can't afford to spend reserves willy-nilly. I'm saying conserve your money for these unknown but very expensive future projects. Now, having said all that, in general terms, I then look at your $2 million fund for undefined projects. Now, what you've got in the proposal is nice words, but no quantifiable measuring stick which to select. Now, I'm worried that unless you have hard, properly definable costs and benefits, that most, how I put it, sweet talking, twittering offer will get the money without the benefits being really established, and there is no other slush money. Now, I would suggest, as a solution to my concern, but also meeting your objective, to reduce the amount from 10 million to a smaller figure, less than $1 million, during the year, if it is used up to that limit on genuine projects, and there are more genuine projects, you can then amend your budget and put more money into that fund. But reduce the actual fund at this stage to a smaller figure. Now, that's my basic position, is conserve money and think long term, not a knee-jerk reaction. Now, I've also got a few thoughts which aren't in the proposal. Now, purchasing materials for the Peregorum, for instance. Historically, the council used to pre-purchase the pipes for major projects simply to smooth out the delivery times because capacity cannot meet you. We also saved the markup on the contractor, if the contractor purchased the materials. I suggest you look at that as a potential saving a few bob.
Well, just almost at time, if you wanted to say, do you want to say a minute for a couple of questions from you, Councillor?
Well, I also got the Rangitata point. To me, the upper Rangitata, the Arauri Bridge is a strategic bridge. I would not object to council spending money using the Macquarie Road Bridge as a model to put forward a proposal to central government, put it on their urgent list for the benefit of this district, but we do a scoping cost. Now, questions?
Well, in regard to that bridge, there's something we're constantly working on with central government, past mayors, myself, canvassing every MP we could possibly get to, and unfortunately at this stage our priority is not their priority, so it's an ongoing battle. I certainly agree with you on that. Outside of that, we are on time and we need to keep running to it. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you, thanks. We really appreciate all your points and you've made some comments.
As I said, I'm an artist for it. And personally, I live within my means. Who's next?
It's my job to say who's next. Thanks, John, appreciate that. And just to answer your question, it was Gary.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Joyce, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to submit to your annual planning process. It's a unique circumstance for me because I really make public comment and I'm not here to complain. I'm here to support council in their decision making and offer my view. So many times people like myself delay into this process, and we're still very vocal about our criticisms. As I see it, there's two issues here to consider. First being what council's overall plan is, and if it's fit for purpose, and secondly, how you fund that. Do I have to put up with this, Mr. Mayor?
What was it, sorry? Oh, sorry. Well, Councillor Bird had done something wrong.
I've always worked on the principle that if you can't afford it, you don't buy it. The rate setting process happens every year, always with a high proposed rate increase than that every strike. If the funding is needed to maintain the local services for the benefit of our community, then that funding should be realistically forecast, rated for and appropriately spent. I'm unsure how council can have such high reserves at the end of the planning process has been followed in the past. Many councils are in serious predicament in terms of inadequate infrastructure these days, and the Three Waters are a classic example of that. And in relation to the replacement and renewal of that infrastructure, the funding required will place a significant burden on future ratepayers. So I'm sure you're all well aware of what's happening in Wellington and some of those regions where they can't consider every day and tanker trucks because the infrastructure just not support that. Our Timaru district has been quite unique in that. You do have a magnificent new service facility. Yes, some pipes are still need replaced, but overall, the vision of past councils has been very good. And you have not burdened the future ratepayers with that problem. So your decision making in the past has been very good and very appropriate. We as citizens take advantage of that every day, of the money that is spent and the services provided by previous councils' foresight. They chose not to burden their future ratepayers with debt for past problems. Please don't burden future generations with today's issues. It's not their problem, it's ours. Ekin is a classic example where you have an organisation that is in very good heart, even after a major catastrophe such as earthquakes. It seems to be able to rate or tax the same citizens that you do without any fanfare. I think you get a steer from that to a certain extent because when you get raised demand, it's more included. And therefore people seem to form the opinion that the rates that they pay is entirely to the district council. As we all well aware, but a great majority of it's not. But they seem to get away with it with this process. They seem to get away without running foul of the public. It fascinates me how that happens. The bigger the meal, the more that's left on the plate and the more that's wasted. With inflation at 2.5%, any number of others can only be justified by the replacement of old infrastructure and building new. There is no doubt that a significant part of the rate take is spent on council's community good projects. How this money is spent and programmed for either through rates or borrowing still has to be rated for. This is discretionary spending, and like the stimulus fund, in my opinion, has to create significant community good to be viable. These projects need to stimulate the community for significant community benefit over future years, including being self-funding is possible. I had a lot of funding, I had a lot of sympathy for community good from new infrastructure, then from patching the mold. For example, having been involved in these types of projects in the past, I would strongly suggest a brand new purpose-built art gallery would be more economical, cost-effective long-term, and certainly more publicly appealing than a revamped old one. Reconstructions like this become a bottomless pit. I know I've undertaken these developments before, and man, do they end up bottomless pits. Peter Roll falls into the same category. If Timaru needs a new facility like this, then use the Seabay model and build a brand new one. Fit the purpose theatre that has multi-uses. In my time, this will be the third or fourth revamp of the existing theatre. In my opinion, it has worked in the past, so why should it work in the future? New infrastructure, whether it's water schemes, waste disposal, or the theatre wall, needs to be appropriate for our community now and into the future because our society keeps changing on a regular basis. They must be funded without incurring debt that becomes a burden to future ratepayers. In summary, if you truly need 7.09% to fund what the community needs and desires, then the ratepayers need to fund that in its entirety. The reserves need to be retained for a truly significant event. So what do we need? We should live within our means. We need that money, then you should break it. And ratepayers should be happy to pay that because they, at the end of the day, are beneficiaries. So on to the $2 million stimulus fund. The stimulus fund should be just that. In my opinion, it should be only available for projects of significance where everybody in the community can and would benefit and take advantage from finding out. Council, by agreeing with the stimulus, Council, by agreeing with the stimulus, the opportunity for significant external sources of funding to become available. So Council has raised that this morning, where, for a new time of the water, you generate significant external funds to drive these projects. This then has a flow-on effect to those in our community, to all of those in our community, which continues for the life of the infrastructure. It's not a one-off thing, it's something that will continue for the life of the building or the playing fields or whatever you're going to support through this process. For any group has a significant South Canterbury stakeholder supports this approach. We do not support council utilising these funds for one-off events or annual events that are not self-supporting and that could benefit to a very small section of our community. There are other avenues of funding available for these organisations. South Canterbury is blessed by Timaru sporting infrastructure. For example, Seabay and Walkers Road Stadium and fields, which were largely funded through the Timaru District Council. This proposed fund allows seeding funding for future projects like this to gain traction. Through this fund, the community can grow and evolve, therefore future-proofing ourselves for all sections of the community, young and old. If this fund could be accumulated from year to year, a set of projects unavailable, imagine the possibilities that could be achieved in the future, but it is not allocated project. So what I'm trying to say there is, if you don't use it this year, please make a provision so that it can be accumulated, so at the end of the day, when a significant project comes along, you can still act as the cornerstone shareholder in that project. And then we don't end up just funding small projects all the time. In the future, I could see something like Seabay being funded from this stimulus, not you have to go to the ratepayer and asking through the annual planning process for permission to do it. So, if you withdraw it away on small everyday things, then it won't be here for that occasion. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Questions? So, you make some really good points, thank you for that. And you're making a really valid point in the fact that we, as a territorial authority, get crucified and you can Just, would you mind just moving out of the room, but they, he's got a remote conflict, isn't he? But no, they don't, you know, get the front page test like we do. So, you know, it'd be easier. And I think, you know, that's how we are just, you know, rating for community wants and needs, and it's a bit of balance on you know, hearing people in our community what they see as a need and what they see as a want, and finding that middle ground is where we're at. And we will now go to Councillor Worth.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. I think this very she's spot on in regards to a number of issues there, and I guess it was interesting the mention of water purposes. So I mean, you'd probably prefer to say the theatre will perhaps diversify a bit and perhaps a multi-purpose facility, which would include perhaps not requiring for general functions such as the arts. Whereas more user-friendly for a bigger proportion of the community.
Absolutely. I have a great deal of difficulty in ratepayers funding significant infrastructure like that for various. I'm secluded part of our community, so if you go to use millions of dollars with ratepayers' money, then that has to be available for everybody's use. And how you program that in the future, I don't think these sorts of facilities can any longer be one-offs. The theatre needs to be a combination of all the things that the community wants from that, whether it's you know, the sand show and what happens down the vein now can be incorporated all year round into a modern facility that the people will morph into. As you quite rightly pointed out, there's no reason why, you know, your museum and your gallery and all those sorts of things can't be incorporated in the same context. When you start talking about the number of dollars that you're talking about to upgrade both of those facilities, you're a long way towards the cost of bringing them.
I think another good point you bring is that perhaps there should be a fund which is just continually available for capital expenditure on assets to help seed such projects instead of having to be waited for, such as we did with the Sea Bay. Thank you.
Councillor Bird.
Thanks, Gary. And obviously, points are well made when it comes to a lot of credibility in terms of who you are and what you've achieved in this community and everything you do for it. So it certainly underpins for us the credibility around that. I'd like to take your point around multi-purpose use of that and something that I thought we were paying for. Gary, I don't know if you want to answer this, but around stimulus money, my question is, do you think I mean, because you sit on the group with me, do you think we're actually aiming in the right place? Is the group functional? Is it fit for purpose? And do you think we're tracking where we should be? I don't know if you want to go down that track, but some of it, I suppose, is answered in your submission.
No, you can decline. I think, you know, we're only 2 or 3 meetings in. These things always take time to get traction. I think the first couple of meetings were really just about getting our feet under the table. It really depends what happens from here. I think we've all got to. It's different times. There's different reactions out there in the community. I think we've got to be. I think the government's just as lost as the rest of us. So where do we go from here? I think that group of people will probably try to put a face on that. We're going to wait for it. It's too early to start the watch. but we definitely need to start making some traction. And we definitely need to start possibly educating our community about where we think that is. And the council can help on that. So that information needs to be driven into it. So, and I want to play forward to that.
That was an awesome answer to that. Thank you.
Any other, all good there? Thanks, Gary, appreciate it. And thank you for your point around coming speaking to this. You might not normally, but we do welcome everyone. So it's really cool for people to get involved in this in the conversation. Thank you. Chris, sorry, maybe slightly back.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and apologies, I would have liked to have actually put a more comprehensive submission in, but it just actually ended up with so many ideas and things that couldn't like it much. So just in terms of the information that you put out, option one, I think it's just a no-brainer. We've got to use those reserves to limit rate increases, and I'll just explain some of the reasons why and go into that by looking at the stimulus fund first. I propose that we go to a $5 million stimulus fund, not the $2 million. And let's just actually focus, the stimulus fund, that's what it is, it's to stimulate because of the challenges that we're going to face over the next year or so. So why 5 million? This is the time that the governments, including the council, really need to stand up and keep our communities running. According to the Chamber of Commerce and Iraqi Development, and some other commentators and economists, the Timaru South Canterbury region will not be hit as hard as other places by the recession. So I guess I would say if this is true, then we can absolutely afford to put in place a stimulus fund. And if it's not true, then we absolutely need to put it in place. Our recovery is actually going to take years. We're really just at the beginning of the first wave of this recession. I don't want to be too negative, but we still have all that gas in the tank, or the flush of that gas in the tank from the government stimulus funds. Wage subsidies are soon going to run out, and the real challenge will be the second wave and the third wave of economic hit that we get from the pandemic, and then following on behind that is going to be the impacts of climate change, which is going to creep up on us very quickly. Our export-led sectors are going to be impacted by all the mess and the recession that's going on overseas. And while they're going great and great guns at the moment, that flow on is going to happen, and it's going to depress local employment and local investment in South Canterbury. International tourism is not going to bounce back, not in the short term anyhow. And the biggest impact of that, is in other areas, and just take our neighbours, Mackenzie. But a lot of those people in Mackenzie, they spend their money in Timaru, in South Canterbury. Their kids go to school here, they buy their groceries here. This is where they, shop and involve their expenditure. This is where they get their builders from and their plumbers and things like that. That's going to slow down. The construction, we're already seeing some layoffs. The builders that I've talked to at least have work for now, but it's very pessimistic what's out there in the future. Retail, I just walked through the mid-South Stafford Street yesterday, and there's already 4 or 5 empty shops, and there's going to be more to come. And I want our council to be very brave and to stake out additional stimulus funds now. It's a bit like what Mr. Rooney was just talking about, is to be able to stimulate get those stimulus funds in place now, so that when we do come up with these timely projects and investments, that they're available, for the seriously challenging times we're going to have in the future. And a big part of this is also making sure that the council keeps spending locally on locally owned and operated businesses to keep that money circulating in our economy. Now, some of my ideas I circulated in the submission, I'm not going to go through them all because we've got time, but just in contrast to the last speaker, please don't just get suckered into focusing on big projects. Keep in mind that there can be small projects as well through the stimulus fund. And just as an example, increasing the life of some of our community assets, and I'm not talking about necessarily about the big projects, but many of our community assets are actually run down, and a great way to stimulate and keep local jobs going is to increase just even basic maintenance on things. Keep those assets fit for purpose for longer, making sure that they don't actually get run down into a state where we need to spend huge money like with the Theatre Royal project to fix or replace them. So just keep in mind that small can actually still stimulate jobs. Under the Local Government Act, the Council's got a responsibility to promote the well-being of our communities, the cultural, social, environmental and economic. And I want to just focus a bit on events and arts and culture and the creative activities that make a huge contribution to this community and to that well-being. Healthier people, improved education outcomes, greater social cohesion, and an increase in job opportunities. These are all examples of how engaging with the arts improves the lives and well-being of our communities. Arts and events bring us joy, they help us express our values, they build bridges between cultures. They are also a fundamental component of a healthy community, strengthening them socially, educationally and economically. Benefits that persist even in these difficult social and economic times. So arts improve our individual well-being, and they improve how we work together as a community. During the lockdown, there's been a huge surge in interest and participation in the arts around the world, but also in New Zealand, albeit via virtual systems. I personally was involved in online play reading, but also viewing showcases of performing arts, museums online exhibitions, and even right now the New Zealand Doc Edge Documentary Film Festival is going online. We can invest in technology to help our arts and cultural assets be more accessible and available to our communities. And let me just face it, TDC doesn't actually give that much to arts and events. It's pretty small fry compared to the investments in infrastructure, in business and sports. But with arts and events, you get a pretty significant return on your investment. It supports jobs, it helps fundraise for community projects, and it keeps money circulating around. People that participate in arts and events do spend their money on food and if they're outside visitors, on travel and accommodation. And that just leads me to a proposed food event that I've been talking to Araki Development about, South Canterbury Eat Local. And I'm not pitching this as a thing that needs to be funded out of the stimulus fund. It's just a way that we can actually keep money circulating around our local economy. So South Canterbury Eat Local is a natural extension of the Buy Local campaign. It's a new event that lends ideas from other food and dining events. It can be put together really quickly and can easily reignite local activity, but could be morphed and grown into a significant annual event. It aims to deliver new and interesting culinary experiences, showcase local produce, and just raise the profile of the food and beverage product producers, the manufacturers and suppliers from our region, and celebrate the incredible products and producers we have. And it can drive economic activity. You know, the more that people spend and then other people spend that money and spend that money locally, the more we're going to be insulated and the more resilience we can build through this recession we're going to have. So this is a reignition event, and I hope that it can get going. I'm working with the Ariki development, and I'm not sure where they're at with that. Just a brief note on the Theatre Royal after the last speaker. I absolutely hope that the Theatre Royal continues to be a flagship project in the next few years in terms of development, and it has to be a multi-purpose facility. We can't just have it as a dedicated thing. But as a theatre at the moment, as a performing arts theatre, it can't, it's not fit for purpose. We need something that is. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Questions?
So with that, would you consider a theatre or a multi-purpose facility with a facility for a theatre within it? Would that be suitable? Okay. And the other thing, another question I would ask you is, you mentioned the arts generates a lot of money. You're going to have to come up with $3.5 million for your contribution towards the theatre. Is that going to be an issue?
Yeah, I think it is in this current environment. To answer that second question, I don't know.
Sorry, just want to clarify. Sorry, are you referencing community?
Yeah, the arts, a bit like CBAVE, there was a certain amount of public funding required, and it was perhaps say $7 million, off the top of my head.
Okay, so it's
so basically that would be so as a project, I think there's in the budget there's a contribution from the arts or from the public.
Okay. I mean, so just a few. Is there a budget? Is there a budget for it? Like, is that what the budget says?
Yeah, there is a community fundraising component.
Okay.
But we don't expect you because
no. So just come back to the first thing. I think the Theatre Royal needs to be a community facility that can accommodate a whole range of community activities as well as theatre. And it makes sense to have it that way. So, I mean, it'd be, personally, I think a great opportunity to incorporate, conferencing and meeting type facilities, a community space or spaces where other types of activities, exhibitions, trade shows, or whatever sort of thing would be incorporated. The key thing with the theatre is that the back of house part of the theatre is unique to performing arts theatre, and without that, you can't actually stage them. So we will stage them on that scale. It's interesting, I'm involved with the South Canterbury Drama League. We're going to have a whole generation of kids go through high school that will never have experienced the opportunity to perform in the Theatre Royal by the time we finish. So it's pretty sobering considering that many of you will have had the opportunity to go to events and so forth out there, see kids, see people in the community, but that's not going to happen because it's not there. So I just do urge that we continue with the plans to actually get that and just get on and do it.
Well, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Ella. Any other questions? I think we're all good there. No, you make a good point. Thank you. Great action. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've got just a couple of slides up there. So hi, I'm Bronte Davenport. I grew up in Timaru. I've recently in the past couple of months moved back here after being in Wellington at uni for 5 years. So I always talk to people about, Timaru and like defending it to people around New Zealand and saying like, because people be like, oh, Timaru, it's not that nice of a place. But so I feel like since I have so many opinions, I feel like make a submission and come and speak about it. So the main question I was sort of asking myself in making the submission is, how can a regional town centre reinvent itself, become resilient and attract both residents and visitors to the town centre? So I was inspired by an urban design article I read that was considering how to attract people to visit and live in small towns around New Zealand and not just focus on cities. And so their advice was to find something special in your town and celebrate it. And after sort of looking at this, I started asking myself some more questions like, how is Timaru currently perceived by New Zealanders and potential visitors? What identity do we want our town to have? What sets us apart from other regional centres around New Zealand? And what spaces within Timaru hold the most significance in their ability to sort of revitalise our identity? And so, on reflection and through discussing with a few people, I feel that Caroline Bay is Timaru's thing that is special. It's our point of difference as the town centre has been developed directly adjacent to the bay, making the bay a focal point both in the spatial arrangement of the town, but also when it comes to local activities and events. And it's had a significant impact throughout the history of Timaru as well, with old tourism posters focusing on Caroline Bay being a European-style beach resort to attract people to our town. And so I feel that there's considerable untapped potential still when it comes to Caroline Bay, and I feel it's a key place to consider when it comes to thinking of ways to attract both locals to get out and about in Timaru, and also need to start attracting even more visitors, which obviously it already does, but yeah. So I ended up thinking about all of this, and I ended up talking to a few different people, like family and friends, and thinking about what sort of spaces we all want to see in Caroline Bay, what things that we would be most interested in having. And so I just made a list, and it's not telling anyone what to do or saying these are the things that I think should happen, but sort of just to start brainstorming and coming up with small or large interventions or activities that could start to introduce people down to that part of town and making it more and more busy. And so yeah, that's sort of my perspective on things, and interested to know what everyone else thinks.
Cool, thank you, and great to see your passion. Young get coming in and talk to us, that's great to see. So questions about Councillor Worth first.
Really good to hear your thoughts around Caroline Bay and the jewel in Timaru's crown. And just the picture there of the carnival. So are you suggesting that perhaps we should identify the carnival trips as something that we should be the point of difference for Timaru and the Caroline Bay, the beach, the whole package?
Yeah, the whole package of it, and being directly alongside like the CBD and Stafford Street, I think it's a good link view of the Bay Hill. So in the list that I had in my submission, I just had like short-term, medium-term and long-term, and like larger and smaller scale, just all sorts of different ideas of, and I think the carnival is one thing, but I also think we should consider like the entire year, every season, every demographic of people, like families, children, older people, young adults, like, there needs to be something for everyone at all times of year.
So a carnival that operates all year round, basically?
I mean, maybe, or just different events all through the year. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a big one.
Good on you for on that being so great. Hey, in your long and medium term, do you have any favourites in that list?
I mean, I do have some personal favourites. I think some of them are more practical and some are a bit crazy, but I like the idea of some of them, like, I quite like the idea of a restaurant cafe and then something to do with the penguins, people are always down there, even when it's not penguin season, hoping that they'll be there. I think it's sort of be nice to even just be able to grab a coffee or a hot chocolate if you're down here late at night. I'm quite a fan of the sort of Timaru Loop walking and cycle track, a full coastal track, and maybe just because my education is in architecture, but I'm quite partial to the pedestrianising the Bay Hills.
Thanks, Judy. Councillor Burt.
Good to see parents here, supporting this solution. Just in terms of that picture there, it's sort of, it's something I suppose is always been unique to Timaru, and it's something that everyone sort of points to when they think of it. Do you think that the way it is and the way it's, I would almost say, stuck in time, that it's still fit for purpose and reflects really what we are or who we are as a progressive community?
No. I think there's aspects of it that still work really well, that the carnival aspect is really exciting. But I think sort of bringing in different things, like we've sort of, I guess, discovered in recent years that like sort of pageant shows and stuff aren't really a thing anymore. They're not attracting people to enter or people to go view. I'd say maybe sort of moving forward, it would be more looking into like music and entertainment or something. Yeah.
It's good to get that point of view. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, you raised really good points, and one of the things that when we first, Councillor Reid and I were on the CDM group, when we first did the consultation with the community around that, one of the key things that came out of that process was this link to Carolyn Bay, as its key strengths. So I think we probably now have a really good opportunity for getting a more holistic view. We've got the work we've done with CPD strategy, and there's a lot of focus on things to do in the Bay, Bike Park, lots of AJ and Roslyn, Sea Play, and having a more connected approach to both of those key assets for our community. So you highlighted some really cool points, and we really appreciate that. Come and talk to us about it.
Great, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John. John. Joe. Thanks, John. Nice to see you. You've got 10 minutes, and if you want to say a couple of minutes for questions, leave it up to you.
I'm just making sure it's afternoon or morning. I guess I'm coming along to have a bit of a talk today because of having witnessed the water issues in our Roadland Rivers around here, and not knowing exactly the exact time frame regarding the water pipe replacement from Kariora into Timaru. I mean, I guess this is a moving feast, and with this water source being identified off the coast of here, but by Niwa, and thinking, would that pipeline be better coming from Milford to the Otahuhu inlet there, rather than taking water from, rather than a pipeline from Kariora? Thinking along the lines of, I know that Wellington City Council are talking about drilling an aquifer in the middle of Wellington Harbour shortly. I guess it's just sort of big picture thinking along the lines of, if you can imagine, you see all these big windmills in the water in the North Sea and so forth. Would a couple of big windmills drilling down to a pipe 20 to 30 metres into the sea floor, extracting pure water to come ashore, and possibly something in Clandebourne because the infrastructure for pumping there, and then putting a pipeline up to the Otahuhu thing, Pleasant Point, or wherever it's got up there. Thinking that all of a sudden we're dealing with a really resilient water supply then, as opposed to ones on lowland rivers, which are definitely going to be subject to climate change. Goodness, I mean, it's June presently, I've had water cauliflowers lately. You know, and the reality of the situation in both the Kariora and Otahuhu catchments have been well allocated, over allocated towards environmental flows, okay? And then you just know there's no guarantee of what water is going to be around in those rivers in the next 10 years. We've had a large, when you go up into the high country there, up into the upward reaches, and you see the amount of tussock which has been turned over and planted in for winter cropping and things like that. There's virtually no wetlands left up here at all. And it's getting drier and drier. Is the water going to run out? Are we going to be in a situation being like Auckland? Admittedly, it's big picture thinking. I mean, one of the issues is that there's major infrastructure in the overhead catchment which is going to have to get a new consent within 10 years. And that is the Okua Dam. And the environmental outcomes which were addressed in this report done by NIWA in April 2018, just over 2 years ago, it addressed that there are major environmental issues out of that dam. Noxic water, whatever pesticide residues in there, who would really know? But we are seeing large amounts of thorium in that river each year, getting worse and worse and worse. With the government's freshwater reforms, exactly how that will exactly finish up, we won't know until after September 19th, I guess. But there are issues there, and you've got a vast number of freshwater scientists who are pointing out the problems with the Okua Lake. There was a major study which was used to stop the damming of the Mokanui up on the west coast because of the amount of material which caused the noxious water left in the bottom of the lake. It was never taken out. It is still there. And with these new guidelines, they're talking about having to stratify oxygen levels, the height of a lake in these sorts of water bodies. And dancing around the head of a pin by putting an aeration hose in that lake isn't going to cut it. To do with this, we have in the operational work plan for fishing game this year, they have started an identification on the overhead catchment, doing a juvenile trout study on the whole thing. And there's just people starting to get their heads around with this consent coming up that they're going to want their ducks in a row. And I don't know if all the councils know here, but you are paying something like $400,000 a year to that Okua Dam company for basic wash, which comes out of that dam. And so when you start putting all these things together, and then all of a sudden you think, is there an opportunity to do something about with this large amount of water which has been identified off the coast here? I mean, things move slowly. I mean, I guess Fonterra take a lot of water just near the coast there for drinking water. It would be interesting to see what the quality of that water is, what they are taking, what they are using there. It would probably give a relative idea of what you're looking at for the aquifer 2 or 3 kilometres out to sea. Just to try and get your heads around it. I mean, this pipeline has basically been talked about going through and putting it through, but if people decide to get really, really tough on environmental flows to Manukau to Wai on both those rivers, somebody's going to have to stop using some of the water which comes out of it. And this council will probably be one of them. Literally, the council had given up money, but water will carry water. But I really have to shake my head when I look at the water zone committees which were formed, and they were basically totally dominated by water users. They had a loose conflict of interest policy at the time, and that conflict of interest policy will be revisited in times to try and overturn some of those environmental flows, which are basically set too low. So it's a big picture thing, and I noticed in the start comments about water tanks, non-potable water tanks being installed in houses. And I just think that is of absolute importance, and the least amount of bureaucratic red tape which is necessary, so they can be put in, and only have to be signed off by a certified plumber that they work, and that they're not going into a drain system that, I mean, people survive for a long time with water off roofs, and that's when we had to leave nail and lead painting. So it's I guess probably everybody's thinking of their boxing or positioning this pipeline in Paradora, but for a resilient community, is it the best way forward? Shovel ready maybe, but shovel ready for what? If there's no winter in 10 years' time because climate change. I think I always look forward, but when I walked into the old cave pub and see the size of the trout they used to take out of the Paradora huts, and thinking, where have they gone? Certainly don't catch one to see anything like that up there. There's something changed completely in that water supply. Has it been all taken away? Has it all? Is there something else? The thing I noticed yesterday on there's a nitrate study just being published under the OIA. The Ringatata has reached 11.43, which is for din in soil nitrogen. The Geraldine source is 1.22, Seadown source is at 2.05, and 3/4 of the freshwater scientists said it should be at 1. And I'll note there was nothing mentioned in these things, because maybe it was aquifer sources that we're talking about. There's nothing mentioned about the nitrate levels in the Timaru water supply in that information, in the reticulated Timaru water supply. So,
excellent. We're just at time here, so do you want to have to sum? We'll go straight to any questions for John. You make some really good points around environmental flows and the future of some of those sources and climate change and all things that we are considering. Obviously, NIWA discovery, was a really interesting. Point around time, and it's going to take some time to understand where we can use that supply. So
I appreciate it. Sort of came out of left field for everybody.
Yeah.
Even a lot of old fishermen we spend time with the coast. You're talking about monoculture, which is basically just the old bit of a reef here and there where they know to catch the cod and it's about that. It's not as if drilling a thing they will have issues over hectares of and doing it like that at all. Will be grand chance for something to move forward, but I guess we are talking about a 5-year time frame to everybody to get the head around at least.
Thank you, and thanks for coming in and talking to us today. We really appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks, John. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. So, short break. And we'll see you maybe not quite as short as the last one, but appreciate it. We'll see you back here shortly. Thank you. Thanks, John. 2023 on the agenda. And we'll just work through all the topics, and we'll just say the Big Two being stimulus and the numbers and the rates discussion for us. We'll just go through. I know there's some good conversation around the art gallery being the first one. but I also realised that there's been a meeting this morning, so one of the councillors will potentially sign, just maybe give us an update. I think probably key, the community is wanting this process at the moment, understand what
Okay, yeah, we might just get that. So you want to come up and just talk about that? Thanks.
So the governance group meeting this morning, a brief update in terms of our progress and where we're at with the outcome. So the governance group is formed of a couple of key members and and some other councillors into this group to help project historically where it's been, but also moving forward from here. So councillors Mine and Peter agreed to join Councillor Wells in the space. And where we're at the moment, we originally started off with a project to look at solving storage solutions with Gallery, which quickly morphed into an earthquake strengthening project, and now through the investigation process, we're discovering a number of issues in that space. So there's the site fit, purpose, long term, what's the future of this area? There's a lot of things that we need to consider into this area from a district point of view. Clearly, there's a lot of passion, commitment to the space for the community. We've got a very strong view in mind. So we've got a little bit of work to look at securing the weathertightness of the house gallery itself. We're working through that process at the moment. We're also looking at commissioning what is the range of options that are available to us to then take to the community to consult on. And that is quite a broad spread and complicated by the nature of heritage components with regard to the house gallery as well. So we've got the house gallery, and then we've got the 1978 extension on top of that. And it's quite broad in the view that we need to take further complications because of the deed and how it was given to TDC as well to take into their space.
Cool. So I guess key things are that we need a timeline to deliver X being knowing what it's going to cost, and yeah, pretty much in full.
Absolutely. Yeah. So timeline we're aiming for is having options, feasibility study completed, outlining the options and costs for us to be able to feature into an long-term plan process, and to then look at any amendments, changes, consultations that we need to do. Very mindful of the timeframes for that. It's going to be tight for us. Just looking at Mark back here, I think we need to have something by October this year. So we're working quite quickly in that space. We've got a potential provider that's of two that we have talked to and engaged at the moment, and capacity to take activity on for us at the moment, but that we don't close. That provider also has the ability to reconcile central government funding as well.
Okay, cool. And within that time frame, obviously we need to talk to the family around
action groups components. So yeah, B, Donna and I have conversations around that. And it's the right key stakeholder process.
Cool. Question from Councillor.
So can I share that you've got enough reports, you've got a number of reports done on all different aspects of the building, and now you're appointed a appropriately experienced person to put a story around those reports and give us a fact sheet as to a way forward in regards to what we can and can't do as well.
Short answer is it's been geotechnical, seismic activity, detailed assessments, heritage assessments, roofing assessments, quite a broad range of that, all of which form views in the feasibility study. I believe there was still architect point of view in terms of what this actually look like conceptually, something that might happen in that space as part of the feasibility process.
Just one question from me, just around the weather type part of it. Are we parking that until we understand this, or we're doing scientific work?
For the concern that we've got is we don't want this long-term solution. So what are the temporary solutions that are available? Received a quote to scaffolding tinting, so that PVC cover is quite expensive. Given the length and duration of the project, is it actually cheaper to take the tiles off the temporary corrugated? So that's what we explore.
So is it quite bad?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, when you see the roof assessment and photos, get a tan through some of the gaps.
If my only concern would be shrink wrap it effectively, it looks like we've started the project.
Yeah, and a consideration that we discussed this morning as well.
Okay. Any other questions on that topic before we move further forward? Obviously, there's money saved in the budgets to do what you need to do. And obviously, come back around the cost. So everyone's comfortable with that.
Just being very mindful that the goalposts have shifted. It's no longer a strengthened project to look at the options.
Yeah, I think we're all quite real. Something to stay on that. Yeah. So, easy. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, so moving on to biodiversity. So we had numerous speakers. Aaron who's with us. Some others that submitted that didn't come to us for the forest group. And forest and group that comes with us as well. So, pretty topical. Any comments, questions about that? So, I mean, for me, I think this is something we need. There's a couple of opportunities at the moment. One is some of the government funding, working with stakeholders across the board, being ECAN, all those sort of partners. There's a couple of sort of common crossovers as far as nursery and planting and all those sort of aspects. I think that's probably to the point made by. Sorry, I missed your name, but from Forest and Bird. Thank you, that's right. I think there's an opportunity to look at strategy, and we're thinking around this way before the council, what that means, and it ties into that TP process as well. So, councillor, points.
I was just going to, in regards to there is no appetite for this council at this stage to have a specific biodiversity person employed.
Yes, on that, that's a good question, and I probably myself thought that was probably more of a long-term planning. Yeah. Is there any comments from officers at all?
Just to confirm, maybe to significant work done in the area, and we're actually working to funding implications through, so we're really hoping to get some of that funding, and some of the initial feedback we've had is that it could be a quite coordinated multi-agency response that's promising. And certainly the agency has seen together going with the wide boosting, obviously that role would be of value, but it's going to be tested through the process.
Okay, cool. So there's some work we've done that's certainly not off the table, and I think it's reflecting on our vision and strategy sessions, I think this is probably going to be very top of mind for this council moving forward. So we'll probably be liable to the LGP process once they're right.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on what you said, Your Worship. We need to look at some funding avenues to do it, and maybe identify some places that we can go forward with native plantings. So, us as a council, we need to be aware of it on the journey going through it, and pick up any ideas that come to it from the table.
Yeah, and I think there's some crossovers. Councillor and I were discussing around ETS and planting, and potential for native planting with some exotics and other things as well. So I think it's lots of work that we're going to continue to do on this. Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, just supporting what Ken said, I think hugely important that we find some ways that we can support biodiversity initiatives, whether it's with funding or with work in kind or some other way of supporting it. And I think that it's clear we're really going to have to look at a climate change strategy and look at that in the future. And I think biodiversity fits in really well with that. We can't do one without the other. So I think we've got some really good opportunities, and it's great to see such kind of passion and enthusiasm from the community and from other TAs and organisations. So it's great to run with that.
Yeah, cool. And as I mentioned earlier, from a Canterbury Bureau Forum level, and some of the work that you're doing around climate change steering group, which all the Canterbury councils are involved. There's a lot of work being done behind the scenes, it's just probably not very public at the moment. And also on that carbon, measurement of carbon, there was some Canterbury work being done there as well. So there's lots of and actually such. Councillor Bennett, sorry, do
I just wonder what the policy is around native planting. What ways and stuff like that would happen when we do those sorts of things for the council. It's going to take one of the native plantings considered in that mix, taking Aaron's point of water, taking point of the waterways that we control.
Yeah, so I think that's brilliant to discuss today. It's just a conversation with Bill around what our strategy is to planting native species. So it's there's some really cool stuff that council do doing that. Planting space. So yeah, it's the cell that they're already doing as well. But, yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, it might be helpful if we ask those things to come actually discuss some of what he does in that space, because I think you'd be impressed by the amount of planting that goes on and thought that goes into it. And they'll be working that up as part of their activity management plan for the long-term plan. So, Simon, we could ask Bill to come speak and to update council on that. There is a lot of work that goes in, and our replantings are at sea.
Yeah, I think we've certainly got lots of opportunities ahead of us, and that's good. We won't have a boring 3 years. So moving on to number 3, which is Canterbury Management Strategy. Any other comments around that? No, just stop me if you want to. Capital Works Program. Look, I think we had a good cover in some of the discussion about Capital Works as far as timing, by locals and those aspects of that. We're comfortable there. Symmetry. Interesting comments around reusing railroad dots. Anyone in favour? It's good to see all things come through. Councillor, are we in the building? We're seeing it through as well, aren't we? Yeah. It's more complicated if you read now as well. Please do make some old room in front of the building. Okay,
so in Europe, they have a period of time.
Yeah, I think it was the point here, 30 years if you're not paying to keep your plot. I don't think that's a conversation you should be doing with the community at the moment. That's just where I personally sit on. I'm not sure if anyone else is different yet. But anyone I expect to know is sorry. But move on. I know there's also some good work on the century. Climate change, Peter, was there any comments? Oh, we're getting to one point earlier. Council are doing a lot of work on that. Coastal erosion, we discussed today. We haven't fully received those reports yet. No, and back to those come back to council. So council was
certainly got a time frame around that, so I know the way that it'd be really nice to have an idea about time frames, because it's going to answer quite a number of issues that are coming up for us.
Yes, so through you, Your Worship, one of the reports which is we're waiting for it to be peer reviewed. I know that the ECAN office here is putting a lot of pressure on ECAN generally, and I've spoken with Mr. Dixon and with, I believe he's spoken with you, Councillor Parker, we will bring it back here as the intention once we get that peer review report, because I think it's quite important that the scholarship is well grounded. But there is, the ECAN office here is pushing for that. So both reports have been, one by University of Canterbury, one by ECAN. We wait.
And since we had the discussion and change, it probably had to be too big storm, so it's not as topical. I mean, big storm away from the front page possibly. So moving forward, and I think there's going to be some visibility here as well. Cycleways and submissions today. Councillor Gilchrist.
I'd just like to point out the sideways, fully support all of that. But can we also have a real drive to improve the accessibility of all our tracks? So removing barriers that stop people and other kind of devices getting on tracks that are meant to be for everyone.
Councillor Booth.
I guess just one comment, Councillor Gilchrist, is that generally there to stop the motorcyclists and people like that. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how long, obviously we've got the place that we don't have motorcyclists, but I wouldn't imagine motorcyclists being too much energy out. So I might be correct, I might be wrong, but yeah, it would be interesting to test that with Councillor Lyon.
I think we're in a next bit, I would agree with what Councillor Gilchrist is suggesting, but I just make a point on Councillor Booth, we've had issues in the past with people, not playing the game on walkers and, other vehicles. So I don't know how on earth to stop that activity and do what you probably asked for. It's pretty difficult. I'm sure there's been like, must be like. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it must be.
I've got some suggestions.
Yeah.
And I think if you weigh up the balance, are there more people who would like to use the walkways who can't than there are people who would like to ride a motorbike and cause harm? And I would suggest that that is the case. And so for the larger number of people, now I understand there are safety concerns, but good signage and bollards obviously to stop cars or larger traffic make good sense. But I don't know how often you use some of our tracks, but people on bikes struggle on some of our cycle tracks. They're so hard to access. So that seems really unfair. So I mean, I think good signage that makes it clear what people should do if they do see an idiot on a motorbike who's potentially could cause harm, telling them what to do, that kind of thing, and good bollards so larger vehicles can't get on the tracks will go a long way to making them accessible but still safe. But so I don't want to be hit by, I use the tracks a lot, I don't want to be hit by anyone on a motorbike either. But I do think that they need to be fair and accessible to people, particularly with an aging population. We've got more and more older people riding e-bikes, and they should be able to get on their cycling tracks much safer and nicer to ride on the road. And at the moment, that's very difficult. If you're an elderly lady with an electric bike, trying to get it through some of those things is really difficult. So I just like us to make sure we consider all people when we're doing anything with our tracks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Gilchrist. District plans. Self-explanatory, question activities, Whiskey. I know actually as well that they sort of constantly on the lookout for council specific land that could be used for question activities. And talked recently about something that may be of benefit, so he's certainly looking at and he's there to the back of his mind with the space. Someone's got other comments around question, building residential zoning. It's around there might be enough residential land. So we have a management strategy that's which does a lot of additional zoning. Any comments on that? That's all it. You're right.
Seems good to me.
Seems, yeah.
Doesn't like it. It's not even taught it yet.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Not that I'm saying anyway.
Julian Roden. Look, I think Andrew and the team have done a bit of work around that transport strategy out there, and I think a lot of things are going to come from that. There's some good investment, very big road that needs to be signed off still. through this process and those sort of things, but I think overall, deliberating is being well taken care of. It's all about managing expectations, of course. 2030, which is transport strategy. It's work being done on that. It's July, so yes, July. It's great. Highway recreation area. We need to make a decision on that. So that's some points for me. So we can come back to that. Do you want any discussion on that now? We come back to that in the main points. Improve road safety. Increased council expenditure. All okay there? Move on to 17, page 30. Allowing to fill that pilots. So there's a recommendation, we can come back to that one. We move on to street lights, a couple of comments around there. I know they're working, Fraser and I doing some work in drilling around that as well, so that's conversation in place. So I think that's under control there. Moving on to 19, new staff positions, anonymous. That's right.
The question of anonymous, is there anywhere that the public generally allowed to make comment and be anonymous? Is that
a sub-comment?
Yeah, that's right. I just
yeah. No, we consider it. I think Councillor B probably quite a few. Yeah, it's probably standard ones. Done pretty well. Was there any questions in regard to any of that commentary? Sorry, Councillor B.
Oh, yeah, I guess just looking at for instance, the new staff positions, anonymous, a lot of it appears to just be trying to justify why it's been done with peer. The only people who do not do that would be the chief executive or senior leadership. I just can't see why they're in there. So, yeah, it's as if it's just trying to justify stuff that's been done within the council.
Yeah, I mean, I think traversed this again over the last sort of 6 months. Do you want any commentary to that? Or?
No, that's not.
Yeah.
I read through them. Sorry. I read through them and they all seem to have the same tone.
Yeah, I think
trying to justify why it was happening.
Did you want to speak to that?
Oh, sorry, just to clarify the question you suggested that one is either myself or SRT that made the comments, I made the submission. That's exactly what you did say.
No, it's as if it's just it all seems to be the same and probably the same also.
Yeah, look, I'll reach out in fact, but I think, yeah, I think some external for sure. And obviously it was pointed with many questions and not too much in the way of submission, essentially.
But just make a point, all questions, all comments and submissions, all submissions, whether anonymous or otherwise, are treated exactly the same. They're given a factual response and we don't try and hide anything. It's about openness and transparency. And I can absolutely say, I have no indication of who that would, who it would be, and for me to do otherwise would simply be speculation. I'm certain speaking for the entirety of the subject.
Thanks, Steve. So, Councillor.
Thank you. Worship.
That's your last motion. Yeah, that was going.
There was talk about it's I mean, you can have this, you know, in this sort of debate at the moment, it makes you think, surely in the future, that we should not accept anonymous.
contributions, because simply with a classic case here of it can be misrepresented. I'm silly enough to think that you cannot write a letter to the local paper without signing, and they won't accept it. So I think we should consider the fact that we should not accept in the future anonymous contributions, because how on earth can you deal with a view that somebody's not able to articulate or recognise, where that view's coming from? It's impossible. So I just think we should have that in place sometime in the future before we go into consultation again and ask for public submissions. It's just so wrong on anonymous. I personally take no countenance of anonymous suggestion.
Yeah, that's cool. I think we can say that it's a conversation for another day. Rose got a point. We need some feedback on that, Councillor Bird.
Yeah, I just think basically we've just got to be careful what we say in this chamber. You can't just say things off the cuff around saying this is obviously from these particular people. And again, once you get it started, I think the comment needs to be either apologised or withdrawn.
That's exactly what I might do.
Thank you. Right. Appreciate it. Okay, so we'll move on. 20 Road Bridge. So we're going for that. One day will happen. We can all retire. That's what success looks like. A 2-lane bridge. 21 primary rating different Greenchill, and unfortunately Jason will talk to us today. Obviously through LGP process we discuss differentials at some point, don't we? So that probably is a conversation we'll have in the future, so we're very comfortable with moving on as part of the normal process. 22 public toilets. Okay, detail. Comments around that? Which one is that one? What's that?
That's where the park was.
Yeah, we see.
It's up in usually up by,
What's that?
That's
It's new. It's from. Yes. No. Which one? KE is it? No. Moving to 23, public transport. Again, must work again for most team, great process issues, those TA and ECAM working together, so that's pretty exciting. Great community. 24 rates remission, and so this has come from the small core arrival. Community group, and specifically around waste. Waste minimisation.
I'm just wondering that, when we had our Sherman, we were talking about some money available for sports clubs and those sort of things to help offset some costs. That could be a recommendation for you to go back to sports at Canberra for that compensation, because they're struggling financially as well. So maybe just as an idea. That's what the money is there to spend.
Any other commentary there? And we do, I mean, a lot of those community groups are using our data on very low routine scale, there's some advantages for them, but we do want to take into account the current environment with COVID and what some research to go through in their own funding. And Christians have to be mindful of that, but I think there's some big work to do, probably us in conversation with Sport Canterbury, which can be part of another day. 25 is around recreational fees. One thing is Sport Canterbury, one other thing I did want to bring up had commentary with me to read this week by a couple of parties around sport fees specifically, and it was around those over 65s. And does anyone know offhand what the fees and charges for the pools have gone up to? I don't know from it.
Got up 50 cents.
50 cents is it? Yeah. So any, no, so, that's all the trade. Oh, don't be it, thanks.
Yeah, it's proposed about 50 cents.
Okay. So it was around, the conversation I had about Shield Hill was around the affordability, which someone such as a senior takes grandkids, you know, so money that being, you know, for a bargain, so it's increased by, you know, another $12 per week. Maybe it's their choice to use the pools, but also it does become affordable.
Yeah, look, I'm with you, Knowledge. Look, we don't want to put prices up for smaller facilities, anything if we can, but when prices go up, we're also going to get that money back somehow. And it's got to be user pays to a certain level, because otherwise it's just going into the great wash. So I've got no problem with the pools going up 50 cents, and it's a choice, isn't it? It's Caroline Bay down the road. But
That's all those boys in the front page.
Look, and I think there is, I'd like to talk about this, and subsidy is rates in there for pensioners, etc. Now, isn't there? It's good, yeah. Regional forum, sorry, Councillor Wick.
But just the sea rate on the drain, now it's sort of cash positive. Well, the whole contract facility should be considered as well.
So I think if you take the TTO, the government says it's important to the district at the same time, so that's.
Yeah, it's an included, yeah. Not a lot of profit in our business, is there? The graduate anyway, and for the 26th Regional Forum, we note that rural roading, commentary, comfortable, a little bit of activity on social housing around the increase and look, our process is real. Our aim is to keep this break even really, and I'm sort of comfortable with that approach. And the REITs, John, haven't gone for a long while, I think they.
They don't have a small amount, I think there was the issue of it's not giving up the cost of maintenance and cost of ownership, so.
Yeah.
And what they have to do as well, so we need to put them up essentially to, so we're not using reserves.
Councillor Wilson.
The core area of social housing, I think, Timber District's shown in a meeting way that was one of the highest suppliers of council housing throughout New Zealand, and we've done a really good job bringing these back up to correct specification to meet tenants' needs and requirements, and they're saying we're pretty much making the cost efficient. So again, I think we should be able to hold our head up reasonably well and high with this standard. We are looking after our community right across the board, so yeah, quite sure what's happening.
Councillor Chris.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the improvements that we've made to those properties also make them more, a lot probably cheaper to live in, reducing the electricity costs. So while people may pay a little more rent, I think the hope is that they'll pay less on keeping themselves moving. So hopefully they'll even out.
Healthy homes, Councillor Ryan.
I did think, Richard, but I just agree with previous speakers because you know it's just a little on and keep improving the homes that is brilliant. So I agree with
that. Thank you. Town shall seeking, so we're going on some place to come back around that. So pretty positive from the council point of view. Some matters I think that was more around parking and generally just seen it as non-essential, but really yes, we need to and look to replace. A variety of reasons, any comments, comfortable, maybe on 30, page 34. review. Okay, yeah. Federal projects, cover most of the elements, okay, that we're moving to. To RCB. What we detail there, so a couple of on the right track there, 33 walkways, a little bit. Significant money budget in there for walkways. All of that work we just keep top of mind, accessibility and environmental aspects of it. 34.
Sorry,
Councillor, please.
So just one question on the walkways. I see we budgeted 220 for walking and cycling tracks. If what the cycle track was to go ahead, Timaru at a point, would we move our cycleway budget in to support that in some way? That, if I'm making sense, would that be a way of supporting that new track?
Mr. Harper.
From an infrastructure point of view, I think there's some opportunity there between Land Transport because NZTA are changing the rules a little bit, as I understand it. And maybe if one of the committees should get a report from our Land Transport and Parks Unit to see if there's some opportunity within the current program and allocation to look at priorities.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Good point. Councillors.
Has anyone just got an update? I just see that Smithfield Walkway, where that's at the moment, its current condition, and any feedback?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not our van, we don't release.
Where that,
yes,
where that's at.
Really still sits with Alliance at this stage. And sorry, did you want to go for it?
Just to say that there is a furtherance looking at an interim proposal at the moment to one to look for funding for some of the funding that was established for crane players to see if that could work in that particular environment. Again, that's going to take some time to develop Alliance. And then there was an interim, potentially interim way where we could look for opening the track in another way that's not formalised until that is established. There's potential, there's just some collaboration at the moment.
So 34 is less contracts, mobilisation officer. Yeah. So that's we can part that's all continue review. Moving on to 35 page 36. Water quality. We've got the next space. 36 water supply. So
I just want to go back to 34 for a moment. I just see this discussion around the parking fiscal contract mobilisation officer. And I know that kind of in the shit house, there were some discussions a couple of years ago, etc. But I'm just wondering, when we talk about biodiversity, is there an opportunity to look at that at the same time and go, we now spend that mobilisation problem, is there a chance we can generate a biodiversity part position of that as well? Because they always work collaboratively together. Just sort of throw that out there. What people's thoughts are on it.
I think it's actually a lot of opportunities for the long-term plan to look at how they react to climate change and that strategic approach to it, and then looking across positions right now and exactly as you say, saying how to actually pull those together and get these plans back. I think there's an opportunity.
Thank you. And just a question for me, just in regards to that contracts officer, is that not premature just with us renegotiating the contract at the moment? Is anyone able to speak to that?
Well, it's really got that to help, and Eric's not here, but it's to really help the mechanics of between now and the contract coming to being commenced at 1 July next year. to ensure everything's in order. And so, because there's a lot for whoever is the contractor to set up, because it's a long-term one, that's really us supporting them to do it, make sure that the old contract comes to an end on the 30th of June, and on the 1st of July, it's turnkey new contracts and we roll straight into action. So it's really that is the purpose of the role.
So we can decide that shortly. So moving on to 37, which is on page 37. And it's water tanks. It's initiatives we can certainly look to approach that. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, I'd like to, council, look forward, to move that we do make it easier for people to catch the water, not for drinking, but to use on their gardens and things like that, and encouraging the more. That whole environment needs to be capturing our water a little bit more cleverly. They used to do it 50 years ago or more, and we seem to be go down the drain now, so just encourage developments. Excuse me. It's obviously been talked about, just keep moving forward, so encouraging people to have water tanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rodney. And looking at the other side, some councils are quite regular in promoting that. If you look at single dry spots around the country, I think it's probably president is not cool.
I think the rainwater protection was a discussion we had during the district plan. Yeah, so because it's an area that I'm interested in promotion as well as the district plan, we have time to avoid.
I'm doing it currently with my hail damage gutter. I've got a dog bowl under the end of the house. But I'm just conscious that there was a few leak notes, so I think I'll just go back to domestic supply and sort of really close.
Consent for that.
Consent for use. No, I don't. Last year, I think, area development, which is a submission around the adjustment, so we covered everything there, we're really comfortable with that, so we can move back to the Okay, so comfortable that there's nothing else we need to cover, just looking at those. Okay, so back to page 6, and we'll just work through one by one. Just straight. So, yes, yes, so we'll come back, we'll move through to the end. I think so we'll look first to one, which is the written verbal submissions. If you remove that, Councillor Wills, Councillor Christ, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Cool. So there too, receives the submissions and endorses the officer comments. We're comfortable with the comments. We endorse it. Councillor Ryan. So moved, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Gilchrist. Motion floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried, thank you. So we're going now to first we come back to four as well. Go 4 and 3. Okay, so let's discuss the number 4, which is stimulus fund, which is submissions today in person. Any comments arising from that? Yeah, okay, cool. These are on page 20.
Yeah, look, it was interesting to get some different ideas around getting this and to get this back to back basically. And I certainly
Mr. Roney said he struck a chord in regards to doing some which should probably be significant in enabling and relation getting other funds. So I'm not acting as a multiplier, but certainly it's a big assistance in some of these projects if the council seem to be supporting in a strong manner. And so, you know, I guess I quite like the idea of using the money for major projects and getting some real rugby stuff underway.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I simply prefer a mix of so much money spent and provided to our community, because we have that way where each section of the community will have an opportunity to be touched by the stimulus fund. Maybe the context is all of being upgrade. I know that there goes to one entity we learned this morning about the museums and those sorts of things. So I certainly prefer that we have a portion of stimulus fund to be available for ongoing things that are in stroke at this moment because of the situation that our communities are in. And the other thing and one of the further things that said during presentations this morning, in my mind, I'm reasonably clear that we're talking about stimulus fund 200 for this year. I didn't know we had a conversation about that continuing on in any shape or form. So I don't know, but I personally would like to see it signal that yes, we have a stimulus fund for this year, but there will be certainly conversation in the future if it's contributed to, because clearly the reserves are still there. They will go away, and the conversation we have, I think it's dangerous to signal that pot will just grow into the future, and it may turn into something other than a stimulus fund, which to me would be a difficult position for future countries to take themselves away from, because inevitably they'll become relied on by the communities in all sorts of ways, and it'll just become a given, which I don't think that was the initial intention of the stimulus fund whatsoever.
No, and I think the point around any continuation of this such fund in our previous discussions that we had a point of action, particularly for LGB, and that will be discussed ongoing with the community. So I think that's where it will sit, which is anyway. And you know, I hope that this body moves and we can enable some more projects. But you know, I take the point. I think we've just got to be careful about what size project fits in, the right sort of an example that's in there from John McDonald around the shed for the fire truck against the thresholds. We are only 25%. That's enabling economic activity. Still probably that's no differently, teaching a statement at the other extreme. So yes, I think we're just going to be conscious that we don't exclude too much. Councillor Bird.
I was going to say, in terms of that, we can't, I don't think we can make a decision on this today. Also, you said the very principle of why we have this stimulus group that we put together to feed into it takes a lot of any decision or their views totally away from the table. So I think we need to pull back from saying just dictating where that money should be spent or how it should be spent at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Councillor Wilson.
I think it's quite proper that there are some railway lines of understanding of how the money can and will be distributed. I think it's unfair for the panel to be shooting in the dark and coming back to us with proposals that they may not have surety about how it will land. So I think we shouldn't back away from suggesting, these are the parameters, and I suggest it's a wide ranging rather than very strict. And that, otherwise, I think you're a lost panel, so things right.
Yeah, look, I think there's some key principles that we're really looking to stimulus. You have money in the game as such, and there's a real strong theme around wellbeings, and not just economic came through in those submissions as well. Councillor Wilson.
Seeing it in the year over here as well. So, no. So no, just trying to pick up the conversation up there, but just to pick up on that, on a bit like that, we've seen a range of submissions for a whole variety of different areas. The key thing about the stimulus fund, it was for us to stimulation around the whole community. And I agree with Councillor Ryan. This is a really diverse and controversial topic once we really open it up to actual submissions. And so I think we've got to be really careful about how we actually target it. We've got to be aware that this money is for even distribution, a whole broad range of economic diversity and everything else in our community. And it's not going to please everyone. Let's be really clear about that. We are going to upset some people. It's not going to be a nice pie, but we've got to be aware that it's a very dynamic amount of money that is only there for a very short window, not there for the long term. I think we've got to be really clear about that.
Thanks, Councillor Wells. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, no, my point was that we don't dictate that it's only in for large, projects. I was saying we shouldn't make those decisions now. Either I agree with you 100%. It is a broad ranging, and I've already been given some raises around that, but it's broad ranging as opposed to saying that they dictate it's only for the major projects. Sorry, so thank you, Richard.
My question would be, I personally don't favour the additional rats and mice type stuff. I think it needs to be granting up and parameters that do really look to separate events from that money to have it sitting out there, which is going to be X, and the main grant of the fund is over there that deals with stimulus projects. So some questions before, so Councillor Burke and Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, just to that particular item,
That's right.
I really think that probably should be delegated to area development, and there should be just some funds as it's about other things, and that should be perhaps taken care of by the new tourism and TMD development group. Yeah, I think that would be more appropriate. I guess just adding to my previous comments, if you have the ability to spend $2 million and get $10 million worth of stuff, that's something that's actually quite, and so I can see two projects just in particular that will do that. Not saying that that's how it's going to be, but that's, and they will be long-term assets for our community. So I guess that's where I was coming from there. But certainly anything should be considered on its merits.
Look, and take into account too the things that people submit to likely to be the larger sum. So there's always a negotiation. Councillor Burke.
I just like some clarity around when this is going to happen. Like, I thought it was, we've got some projects that are already here and now. In 3 months, we're still going to be working out the details of this. And also, I'd like the timeline of these projects are at least started around it, not in March next year, we're having a look at something. I'm in Council of West.
Building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate the 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 building using the nearest fire exit.
Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire exit. Evacuate building using the nearest fire.
Somebody speaks to the phone, because they're sitting outside. Oops.
No falling asleep after that, is there? Trish?
Certainly awake now. Oh.
Just a note.
Very good to go. Councillor Clinton, I think you were talking about the fine qualities of the beer and we felt that councillor.
I was just giving a real timeline where we're going to just get on with this really. But I'm not councillor Booth. I think it needs to enable projects with a multiplier effect and have some real long-term benefit to the South Canterbury community. And I'm just conscious that we're going to get so many, we water them all down, that it's no real benefit for anyone. So I just caution people on that as well.
Yeah,
ourselves. Really, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, look, and I think timing is key, and that's why it's been very done around the, around the doctors on 30th, and then, we hope within, sort of a week or 10 days, we might be able to go live pretty much, and I think that's what the community wants, and be able to consider these things really, quick and time efficient. So I believe that's the thing, Councillor Lyon.
Well, at the risk of being upset, you mentioned your wish, a portion should be ring fenced or whatever for the smaller things, which are equally as important to the members of those organisations as in any other thing in our community, and I believe some portion should be fenced. And I'm a little bit confused about whether you made those applications when they come into course, go to the regular development. We need background from, in many cases, from the nations alone to get an understanding of where they stand and where they're set, where they've been, and all those good things. So I just think that melding there somehow.
Yeah, I think probably the EAT specific ones will go, I think it was a discussion on before you explore that, but usually will go straight to our AT, and then the rest of it would be done by the small and large. So we just think to that's my thoughts without making it too complicated. Maybe to
Well, just some more comments around AD. This is not that I've got a press potential.
Yes, being agreed. Yeah, I appreciate that. Councillor Parker.
Well, I support the stimulus fund as a one-off at this stage. I don't remember having discussion that would be carried on year after year. Mutual physical well-being, economic benefit included, needs to be shovel ready. The purpose of this was to reignite our community will get things going, and I think that remains the main focus through the town, whether it's $1 million we give someone or 150,000 we give someone. That's about regulating our community, and even though the small amount of money may not be a significant amount of money, it will be enough to get that project somewhere to get legs, and from that the bigger outcome comes. So I don't dismiss the smaller projects at all for them considered, and I look forward to recommendations from the council.
Cool, thank you, Councillor.
Well, just looking at today, it seems a really large appetite for the stimulus package, and I'm thinking that if we I'm not being asked to get some money to lead it, but I'm wondering if the $2 million is really going to cut. I'm thinking that's pretty wide. And thinking that you've got to take some money out of that, put into a Queen's budget as well, that once you said some of these things are just going to get moved down to the place that won't even get you across the line some of them. So if you're going to create stimulus, these guys need the big goals to get across the line. So I'm just wondering if the $2 million is enough.
Yeah, look, I don't think any of it's ever going to be there enough. We've got to start somewhere, and I guess if this fund is successful, then it's up to the council to consider moving forward. That's a conversation for another day. But it's a Councillor Parker.
And just briefly, this is an initiative, this was a cherry on top. So 6 months ago, none of these organisations or plans knew that this fund was even going to come about. So I think, there'll be winners and there'll be losers, and that's just how life is. So it's a check for me, it's, yeah, this is an extra bonus for our community.
Okay, and so I mean, I think we'll keep that around. I've got, where I said I think I'd like to move that, where are we, so, that we confirm the creation of the direct staff, but we break it down to 150k of the 2 million being given to AT/AD for purpose of being specific community-wide, and 1850 remain within the stimulus fund to be considered under the programs that are put in place from council. So happy to move that, happy to see that. Richard, yeah, on to you, Councillor Peter.
Just again, it's around timing. What happens if you only have 3 events applied? You're not going to spread that money across them. There'll be some ring around it as well, I hope.
Yes, even though we want this money to be used, you know, don't want someone to be so broken, they say that they come back and say, oh, you know, spend $1 million for the stimulus fund. That's not a great outcome for the community. So, look, if there's not an uptake, I think we just go to, you know, to ATAP, you know, and say, well, you know, it's very good, so, you know, people don't want to use it. I mean, so you, who's your loser? Who's your loser? Is that all right? Yeah. So, the second, no contrary, approach just the floor, those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Well, thank you. Yes. So I'll just adjourn for 5 minutes, so take the opportunity to use the facilities, which is so much.
You go for Alvin,
there is a cost, ongoing cost, and depreciation. So, they need to ref up all those sorts of things. Yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you. Just. That's right. So, just one of the no. Lots of questions.
This one.
Yes, at the end, yeah. Yeah.
Great big intake. That's all right. We're just going to get, we're just discussing the reason the adjournment, so I should speak to that. It was more around M&Ms and which flag is, which colour you say last, and what colour is that division?
Your worship, you've had, well, seriously, for comment about the walkway and the request for funding, and more particularly the request for vesting of the asset account. I do suggest that you ask for a staff report covering reprioritisation of existing budgets to see if some is available to reprioritise on this as a priority. But the second one is you need to get someone to provide you with the full range of issues for consideration to do with vesting. Is the proposed cycleway on our land or not? I'm not sure where it's going, and and we want to vest assets in us, but we don't own the land. And then there is the funding of depreciation. If they are vested assets, then we fund depreciation. So that will come with an annual cost, not in year one, because that's when it's being built, or someone's being built, but certainly in year two before that, it's built at next year. I think we need a report that covers all those issues. It's not urgent, it's something that is strategic, and you can make some decisions on that, and then it can become sort of customer practice by the next long-term plan.
Cash, just a question. Do you know how the ocean is done? Is that being invested anywhere?
I have no idea, Stu, sorry. It's not in our district. No involvement whatsoever. So someone find out, really.
Someone said this morning prior to the submissions that was a mix. So some landowners are really passionate about it. They looked after the section of land, and then the council looked after others. I think that the Rex proposal, thanks. So we give the next opportunity again. So just, I think the point is that we need to look at just and make a decision on funding, that we might be other aspects of it, consider it and cost council on the government. So thanks, Ashley, appreciate that. So we'll move now to item 6, which is waste minimisation unit. And so just taking into account that there's a couple of options here, being 6 and 7, as far as rates, that will have an impact on rates, and so they're either above or below. So we can sign them off and see where they fit with the rate discussion. So any commentary around point 6? Happy to move. So we're going to move it from Councillor Wills, Councillor Gilchrist, seconder. Motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. So moving now to 7, which is we're going to move the development of the recreation area further as far as that development. Councillors.
We've debated and really discussed this. I've got no problems with not having to move that this moving as well.
Yeah. Cool. So we'll move it. Is that right? Have a second. Any more discussion? No. The motion to the floor. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So then to 8, which we'll get this around as well. The operational grant and also transfer of tourism budget. I'll have to move that. Councillor Gertz, seconder. Any other further discussion? No. The motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you. So now we move to point 3, which is direct staff on total rate revenue increase. So the 2 options in front of us.
Look, I just have a question, it's around process, Meg might be able to help tell me. I didn't think around the council table 7.73 was an option. I thought we got down to 2 or 4, yet the option of 4% never went out to ratepayers to discuss. I just like to know how that process occurred.
Yeah, so I'll speak to that through you, Your Worship. So, as what happened, the initial budget on the 23rd that was presented positioned about 8.02, that was the very first one. We saw small clouds of COVID arriving and came back and said that we could recalibrate the numbers and we could get with using a number of mechanisms, we could get to 4%. At that point, we left and went into lockdown, and during that time, council officers recast their budget and came back with 3.79%, which was presented on the 19th of May. At the meeting on the 19th of May, the comment or point was made that if we did not use, if we went with 3.79%, you would be using $2 million worth of reserves. The decision and what was then put to the council for debate and discussed was actually should we increase the use of reserves and go to down to a rate increase of 2%. And that would therefore increase the use of reserves by about another additional $1 million and take you to using $3 million worth of reserves. The question that was then put was, does council wish to have effectively a rate increase of 2%, which uses $3 million worth of reserves, or not use any reserves, and that would then give you your increase of the 7.79%. And so, as it was discussed, it was then positioned effectively, do you want a rates discussion using reserves the rainy day or not using the reserves for the rainy day? And that is, as I understand the process that was followed and adopted to position for discussion by staff for the community about what the options were in the environment that council found itself.
I understand that process fully, but I would have thought there would have been the option of 2% gone out to the public, 3.79 where we landed initially, because we weren't, in my mind, we weren't fully informed on the discussion we had. It looked as though we only went this one or that one, and it took out the great debate we had to get to 3.79%. That's the one.
Councillor.
Thank you, Richard. Look, I've got no reason to not support option one, from where initially that was where I would say. I think feedback we've had confirms that we're on the right lines. And the reality is, I think the community will understand that the ones that are here, this is because of these times, no expectation that we're going to do this again. This is a COVID response, and we talk about fairness across the community and other ways of way we talk about debate during the day and this afternoon. And this is, as we've said before, a fair way that each one in the community, each resident in some shape or form, receiving some benefit for the ability of this council to be able to give some relief at this time. And I fully support that option that we should. I think it's been well received, and I think I would like to give them notice that I will put a motion to that effect.
So, and just for clarity, we incorporate Stephen and Six and David, you might be able to do the sums for us, but that's in addition to current 2%. Sorry, David, we're just considering the rate, so we're currently 2%, and we've got the 200,000, which is currently unbudgeted, and 19.5, so it brings me down to 2.4.
So the 200,000 for
the high field
so
research.
that wasn't like
It's loan fund.
So that's loan fund. You want this no cost, so there'll be a cost.
Okay, so it's just a 19.5, right, addition.
The operating balance, I understood.
So you've got the,
That's cash again.
okay, so easy. Cash done.
Someone second that then?
So it's just kind of. Okay, Councillor.
I think we council, I think what's coming from was that perhaps that there should have been 3 options, or the other option should have been 4 rather than just 2 and 8. Again, perhaps the discussion we should have perhaps clarified what was actually going to go in before it was done.
Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I must have been in a different meeting, but I thought when we had that meeting on the ground, we decided to land, it was either we landed as a majority and or the full amount. So, I mean, yes, that could have been put in there, and what have you, but I think being solved, I think we all agree, based on what the feedback has been here and based on the majority of the councillors that would still leave it up for advice. I was supposed to clarity if there was another option in there, that, you know, that it's something that could have gone to the public, but you know, I think it would have still been exactly where we are, and that I'd like to see them.
Okay, thank you. Motion and second. Any other discussion before we put the motion to the floor? No, so I've got the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye, or raise your hand as well. Yeah. Against? Councillor Brennan, thank you. From the to record. Motion carried. Thank you. So that's 3. Then now headed by 5 and 9. So we're going to hear that groups, staff, the other decision reports. So I've got submissions to the draft campaign and also to Chief Executive to ideal plan, so I'm comfortable with those to be here. As Councillor Bird, Councillor Wells, motion to the floor. Unless there's any discussion, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you. So it's correct, isn't it? That's it. Okay, that's it. Tim, thanks for your attendance, and special thank you to Donald and to large team for all the hard work on getting us to this point. We really do appreciate all the extra hours. Perfect. So everyone discussed. I'm sure the rest of that.